I'm 1,000 pieces, still standing tall, a voice in the chaos. I've lived it all. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, a friend in the night, holding a broken, still holding the light. Shells in my pocket, dreams in my hands, building something they don't understand. The crafter of hope from shattered days, finding my strength in a million ways. They don't see the tears fall down in the shower. They don't know the pain behind the power. They only see me when I'm shining bright, not the battles I fight every night. But still I rise through the fire they made, through the hate, through the words they threw in my face. I'm still here, I'm still strong. This is where I belong. Mommy ramblings in my name. I built this fight through the pain. Every rebel that stayed by my side. You're the reason I survive. Still I rise, still I stand, with a broken heart and steady hand. They try to tear me down piece by piece, like I don't deserve a moment of peace. Was it just cause I didn't fit the mold? So they threw their stones and turned so cold. There are things I'll never say out loud, the kind of pain I don't need a crowd, but I carry it deep where the silence lives, and still find a way to give and give. And I smile when I go live like I'm okay, but they don't see the price I pay. I'm missing you with every breath I take. My sweet boy, my heart still breaks, but still I rose for the fire they made, through the hate, through the words they threw in my face. I'm still here, I'm still strong. This is where I belong. Mommy ramblings, this is me. Carolyn, still chasing dreams. Every ramble that never walked away. You're the light that got me through the grave. Still I rise, still out there, with your memory in my head. God, you carried me when I was weak, when I couldn't stand, you lifted me more times than I could ever say. You made a way, you made a way. And I've got dreams that won't let go, a foundation built, some love I know. For my son, for the words he played, I'll turn my loss into something that remains. Yeah, I rise, now I'm stronger than before. Every scar just opened up a door. I'm still here, hear me now. I won't break, I won't bow. Mommy rambling, loud and clear. This is my voice, this is my year. Every rebel, every heart, you've been with me from the start. Still I rise, still I fight, turning darkness into light.
I'm still your mom, and I'll build something beautiful from all this pain.
My name is Caroline, and this channel was built on something stronger than hate. It was built on truth, courage, and family. They try to shake the ground I stand on, try to drown me in the noise, but every lie just made me louder. Every storm just found my voice. Some of you came here for answers. Some of you came just to see. But somewhere in the middle of it, you became family. And every night the flame goes dry, and every night the circle grows. And goes dry, more hearts than they will ever know. Oh. and hope ignites. Bring your story, bring your light. Right here we rise and fight. Through every storm and every flame, I'll still remember. Burns and hope ignites. This is more than what it seems. It's family, it's hope, it's mommy
Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully you can hear me. Sorry about that. That was I don't know what I did. I didn't mean to shut this on. I meant to turn the camera on. Okay. Let me make sure that you can hear me. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay, good. So there's a lot going on tonight. There was those of you that are following Lindsay Clancy. And I've been looking at some of the comments with Lindsay Clancy, okay? And some people are not buying Lindsay Clancy. Hi, Colleen. Good to see you. Hi, Jen. Hi, Margaret. So I did catch, and I want to show you my thumbnail, okay? Because everybody's saying like this almost catatonic and vacant look that she has, and she does that, but there's some talk of, okay, let me just show you here. This, where she's normally looking down and she looks like off into space, but I don't know if you guys caught this in the hearing. She looked at her lawyer and gave him this like smile. And you could see she had this expression. So people are saying, I'm just saying in the comments, that they're not buying this. And they also said they don't know. Someone said he saw her adjust herself in her seat today, and that they were a physical therapist that witnessed this and said that it appears she can get herself in and out of there. She can wheel that. So how much of this is real and how much of it is put on, if any, right? Here's the thing. If they're claiming that she has postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, mismanagement of medication that caused her to do this, the problem that I see with that is that she had no difficulty with the intense planning that this took to murder her 3 children. It wasn't just that she went downstairs, even like Andrea Yates, drew a tub and drowned her children. No. She waited till her husband was off work, told him she wanted takeout at a certain place, called for a specific medication at a pharmacy, wanted him to go get that. Clearly would look like a lot of premeditation on that part. So if you could get yourself so into that you are doing all that intense planning and figuring, so your mind is working like that, so you can put this into action. See, like, I don't know, I just think most like postpartum psychosis, it's something like a snap. Do you know what? I'm just saying this. This is me speaking as a mother who's given birth, who may or may not have experienced that, but this. Okay, now they're saying it's the medication and she was hospitalized. Okay. Let's give her the benefit of all of that, okay? Say this is a psychosis, but at this point right now, shouldn't she be at the point now where she's lucid, where This is how many years after she killed her children? 2 years after she killed her children? 3 years? Wouldn't it be to the point that if she truly did this on a psychosis, that she is under such a revelation that she would just, I can't even imagine the state of mind you would have if you had 3 beautiful children and then you wake up one day, they're gone, you're paralyzed, you find out you murdered your children? But, okay, it was postpartum psychosis. Well, then what? She was a labor and delivery nurse. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. I don't even know what to say in this case. I really don't. This one does not make sense to me. I'm sorry. And there's a lot of people there that say, they don't believe this. A lot of people don't believe this about her. And a lot of people feel she's a cold-blooded killer. I'm just telling you what's in the comments. I don't know. I don't know. I have a hard time with this case. A really hard time with this case. I've had a really hard time with this case. Hi 61. So I'd like to look into that more, like postpartum psychosis. Let's look at murders that were committed with postpartum psychosis. And is it elaborate, premeditated, very calculated murders, or is it mostly something, I want to look that up right now. Let me take a look at that right now, because I have a very hard time with this case. And with her in particular, I really do. It's very... Okay. Okay, so here's, this is what it says here on the AI overview. No, women who kill their children during postpartum psychosis do not do extensive premeditation. These tragedies are generally characterized by sudden, chaotic breaks with reality driven by severe psychiatric symptoms, not rational, calculated planning. See, that's my problem. That's a real problem here. Postpartum psychosis is a severe medical emergency affecting roughly 1 to 2 per 1,000 births, characterized by disorganized thinking. See, that's the disorganized thinking. And her thinking was very rational. That's the problem. Hallucinations and extreme mania. The clinical reality and forensic context of these tragic events highlights the following. Altruistic delusions. Many mothers who commit infanticide under psychosis do so out of a severe delusional belief, such as thinking they are saving their child from some perceived impending doom or the devil. The act is often born out of a psychotic perception of mercy rather than malicious intent. Impulsivity versus planning. These acts are typically abrupt and impulsive. While a mother may perform a sequential action that a prosecutor may later point to as planning, such as carrying a child to a different room or acquiring an item, forensic psychologists note that this is usually the execution of a psychotic delusion. Because of this lack of rational premeditation, many of these cases result in defenses of not guilty by reason of insanity. However, legal systems sometimes struggle to separate the concept of planning and action from sane violence. For instance, if a psychotic mother exhibits a brief window of lucidity to execute a task, the prosecution may argue premeditation, even if the underlying motive remains deeply rooted in mental illness. Okay. So there is something here out of Psychology Today, premeditated but psychotic. Let's see what they are saying here. They're speaking of Lindsay Clancy. Okay, good. Lindsay Clancy sent her husband out for takeout, mapping how long the entire errand would take. Prosecutors say this proves she planned to kill her 3 children. Her defense says she was in the grip of postpartum psychosis. Her trial is scheduled to begin July of 2026. And the question at its center is one that the courts have grappled with before. Can someone who plans a killing still be legally insane? The assumption that planned violence equals sane violence is intuitive. It is also incorrect. Andrea Yates, again, drowned her 5 children on June 20th, 2001. Her actions were purposeful, methodical. She waited till her husband left for work. She filled the bathtub. She brought each child to the water one by one. Starting with the youngest, she laid their bodies on the bed, covered them with a sheet. Then she called 911. She knew what she was doing was against the law. She expected to be arrested, and yet, on retrial in 2006, she was found not guilty by reason of insanity. Because Andrea Yates believed her children were spiritually damaged and would burn in hell, and by killing them before they reached the age of accountability, she believed she was saving their souls. Her planning, waiting for her husband to leave, preventing the family dog from interfering, was meticulous, but every element of the planning served her delusional mission. The method was rational. The premise was psychotic. When we think about violence committed by someone who is hearing voices or influenced by delusions, we imagine chaos, a sudden eruption, a person lashing out to a perceived threat. Okay, and that is, and it's true. Research shows that over half, 54% of violence in forensic psychiatry settings is impulsive. But that leaves a substantial minority that looks very different. Planning reflects cognitive capacity. It does not by itself reflect an accurate perception of reality. Anyone who's conducted as many insanity evaluations as this author writing this has said that they have seen extremely rational planning with an irrational delusional belief system. In a study of homicides committed by individuals with schizophrenia, they found that about 43% showed clear elements of premeditation, yet many were found not criminally responsible because the premeditation occurred within a psychotic framework. A person can execute a methodical plan in service of a delusion. The planning was real, but the reality within which the planning occurred was not. Knowing or appreciating wrongfulness, the legal standard for insanity asks whether the defendant knew or appreciated their act was wrong. There's a meaningful difference between these two. Let's see here. Okay. But I want to see something. That was Joni E. Johnston wrote that article. Let me just see. Patrick Clancy is standing by Lindsay, okay? Now this is Patrick Clancy. Let me tell you, he sold that house, and that's also part of the hearing today, because the new owner, which is allegedly the not her defense attorney, but a defense attorney, bought her house and doesn't want people there. Doesn't want, but we can go to that later, okay? Hang on, because I want to just tell you something about come on. Oh my gosh. But now he's living in Midtown Manhattan. I want to know what's going on there. Okay, so let's see what happened here. So he has a new apartment in Midtown Manhattan. This again is fall of 2024. So he moved from Massachusetts to Midtown Manhattan. I wonder, did he work there prior, huh? Maybe. What is going on with this? Hold on a second. Okay, he has a mounted acoustic guitar and little else on the walls. What is going on with this? I already have my account. Okay, so let me see here. Pink blanket printed with rainbows is draped over his couch. Yeah, good night. I don't know what the heck is going on with my account here. All right, let me try this. I don't know what is going on with my account. I'm getting really pissed it off, as that guy would say. What was his name? Mr. Mark Washington. No, Mr. Mark Ashley. Okay. Mr. Mark Ashley. Okay. So let's see what happened here. Cora was 5 years old, Dawson was 3, and Callan was just 8 months old when she killed the children. Callan was, 8 months old. Let's see. Let me see something. Where? Patrick, let's see where he is right now. He still is in Manhattan. He works remotely in software sales for Microsoft. He has continued to navigate the aftermath of the tragedy involving his wife, Lindsay. He has taken significant steps to process his grief and seek legal accountability. He sold their Duxbury, Massachusetts home, moved to New York City to restart his life. He does not view his wife as a monster, but rather as someone who fell severely ill. He's filed a lawsuit against his wife's medical providers and mental health professionals, alleging that their negligence and their over-medication and failure to appropriately treat her declining mental health contributed to the tragedy. He has participated in charity events to honor his children, including running the Boston Marathon to raise money for pediatric medicine. Okay. Judge orders journalist to turn over Patrick Clancy interview. Okay, so let's see what this is about. A Plymouth County Superior Court judge granted a motion by prosecutors. Oh my gosh, this is driving me absolutely crazy here. Seeking to compel the publisher of The New Yorker and one of its writers to turn over a wide range of interview and other sources of material from a story on the husband, Patrick Clancy. Oh my gosh, I am not doing this. This is crazy. Forget that. They're trying to get me to go through. And I have a subscription to the New Yorker. So I don't know what is going on here, but my Google is driving me crazy. Now it's just opening up tab after tab. So let me close all these. Okay. Well, let's go back to the hearing today, Lindsay. It's her hearing today. But I don't know. I am very torn with this case. I really am. Okay, and I see someone else captured that smile. People magazine captured that same smile that I found in the video as well, because she normally makes a grim-faced appearance. Okay. So, let's see here. This is a pretrial conference. The proceedings lasted a little over an hour, and the judge went through most of the remaining motions. She didn't speak except at the very beginning when she greeted the judge. The judge ruled on a number of motions, including one from prosecutors regarding whether jurors would be allowed to visit the Clancy's former home. And it was decided that jurors would be allowed to see the home where the alleged crime took place, something the prosecutor said they believed was necessary for them to understand the size and scope of the case. The judge did not rule on the 911 call from Clancy's husband, Patrick, made after the bodies were discovered, though Clancy's attorney, Kevin Reddington, said in court he did not think there was an argument he could make to block the prosecution's motion. I don't have an objection to that. I have an objection to it being admitted just because it's horrific, but legally I have to concede that there's no basis to object, he said. Patrick returned home 25 minutes after his wife asked him to go up pick up dinner. This was January 24th, 2023. And he discovered his wife had jumped out the window of their second-story bedroom. When he was on the phone with the emergency operators, he discovered the couple's 3 children had all been strangled with exercise bands tied around their neck, and that they were in the basement. So he first found her, thought that was it. Then he found out his kids, and he went running down there. It's terrible. When he was on the phone with the emergency operators, he discovered the couple's 3 children had all been strangled with the exercise bands. The 2 oldest, Cora, 5, and Dawson, 3, were pronounced dead soon after arriving at the hospital, and the youngest, Callan, died a few days later. The defense noted that Clancy, a labor and delivery nurse, had been prescribed 15 medications in the months prior for her postpartum depression. Her husband had also spoken publicly, saying he forgives his wife and urges members of the public to do the same. Prosecutors, meanwhile, argue that Clancy carefully planned and plotted before allegedly killing her 3 children by sending her husband out of the house. Now, her trial is set to begin on July 20th. So, I want to go to something else here. Jurors can hear the father's heartbreaking 911 call after Lindsay Clancy allegedly killed her kids with extreme atrocity. The bodies of Lindsay Clancy's 3 young children were found by their father, who discovered that while he was on the phone with a 911 operator. Now prosecutors want jurors in Clancy's upcoming murder trial to hear the chilling call on audio. Clancy is accused of fatally strangling her children. In the pretrial motion, prosecutors say Clancy's husband, Patrick, called 911 after he found his wife. And when he was on the call, Patrick could be heard asking Lindsay where the children were. Remaining on the phone, Patrick can be heard entering the house, discovering the bodies of his 3 children, and calling for help to the police officers who had arrived on the scene. "She killed the kids," he yelled out. The children were found with exercise bands used to strangle them still around their necks. Patrick removed each of the bands as he found the children. The fact that Mr. Clancy was able to remove each band so quickly is probative of whether the defendant tied the bands around the neck of each child and walked away, or whether she manually pulled the bands around each child's neck until they died. Prosecutors wrote in the motion, "The evidence is probative of the deliberateness of her acts and the extreme atrocity and cruelty of her acts." Lindsay is charged with murder and the deaths of her 3 children. Her trial is scheduled for July 20th after she has pled not guilty. Her defense team says they plan to pursue the insanity defense. Her attorney has said she struggled deeply with postpartum depression, having been prescribed more than a dozen medications in the months leading up to her children's death. Let's see what the Court of Public Opinion feels about this case, okay? Let's see. Now, here's someone who says something. "I'm struggling to understand those who defend Lindsay's actions. As someone who has had textbook postpartum psychosis at 2 weeks postpartum with my first, and who has had severe postpartum depression with my most recent, I cannot fathom why this woman is still garnering sympathy. There are many sympathizers in the Lindsay Clancy support group on Facebook and other places. Why?" this woman asks. "The evidence we have this far, which I will admit is small, but is very clear if you aren't biased, points towards her actions not being done in a state of psychosis. Even if she was over-medicated, she still has a moral obligation, no matter how altered, to get those children out of that situation as soon as possible. This goes for Patrick as well. As parents, it's our moral and ethical obligation to be mentally sound and responsible. It is also our duty as a parent to be honest with all healthcare practitioners, psychologists, when we're talking about wanting to harm someone or ourselves. Lindsay failed as a parent, a provider, and a protector the moment she wasn't forthcoming with doctors, because do you really think a hospital will let her go? She fessed up to how she was feeling, and Patrick failed the moment Lindsay shared with him her thoughts and did nothing. Not only did Lindsay fail her responsibility to be a provider and guardian, but she violated their bodily autonomy, erased their rights as an individual to exist, and inflicted egregious and fatal bodily harm against them, systematically, one by one. But she did try to get help. She didn't try hard enough, obviously. I'm not taking brownie points for attempts. That was her responsibility to get help and get stable. And now 3 little ones are dead. If the help doesn't come soon enough or isn't helping at all, you place your children somewhere else until you sort yourself out. All responsibility, no matter which way you look at this, falls on the parents, period." So let's see what other people's thoughts are. Someone said, "I agree with everything you said, which probably makes me the wrong person to ask. I don't understand her supporters. I can't offer my theories. Within days of this crime, it became a trending TikTok talking piece for postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. No details were even released. People entirely assumed. This struck me as odd. I couldn't really figure out why someone was being publicly forgiven for a condition that no one knew that she had. I believe it's for 2 reasons. The first being something like missing white woman syndrome, because she was normal, upper class white woman with a picturesque life, husband and a job. The masses couldn't fathom her killing her children in cold blood without severe mental incapacity. It's worth adding here the legal definition of premeditated murder is basically a thought of it before the act. Premeditation in this case was quite calculated and without any signs of psychosis. The element of the case bothers me because many people are in prison today for murder that was either in the heat of the moment or due to untreated mental illness, and those people are not shown the same compassion. Second, I believe this conversation surrounding PPD is a delicate, sensitive topic for women. I believe nearly all of us have experienced it to a degree. People who resonate with something are quick to make excuses for it due to their own confirmation bias. With social media, fear-mongering is also a serious issue. Quickly, women begin to say, I could be Lindsay because I had PPD, basically insinuating someone with PPD could have PPP overnight and be homicidal the next day. A danger to society. It's very much like those memes of people wanting your children's Halloween candy can have warning you children's Halloween candy can be laced with drugs when the facts show this never happens. Yet those memes and stories still get shared again and again. I believe a similar phenomenon happened here. There has to be dark underlying issues with someone to carry out the crimes that she did. People just are choosing not to see it. I saw someone say before her mental health was her responsibility. This is so spot on. Her children's safety was her responsibility too, 100%. There's no excuse for this. As lucid as Lindsay was, and as specific as she was for her care, it all paints a picture. As for the why, I'm not sure. I believe she may have been depressed, not necessarily with PPD, but perhaps just extremely dissatisfied with her life, to the point she didn't care what happened. She's still 100% a cold-blooded killer in my eyes, in this woman's eyes. Or she carefully planned this out to relinquish responsibility of having the kids. Time to time, this happens in the true crime space. Diane Downs, Casey Anthony. I am waiting to hear more evidence, though, to make up my mind. Either way, she's a cold-blooded murderer that doesn't deserve a fraction of the sympathy she has received, in my opinion, says this woman. Okay. Another one says, why does everyone keep saying she had PPD also? That's false. Lindsay was seen multiple times. She was not diagnosed with PPD. In fact, they all told her she did not have it, and that she had anxiety and depression, which most humans do, honestly. That's what really gets me. She doesn't have PPD unless she's misdiagnosed by multiple people. Even her lawyers are saying that she had a moment of psychosis because they knew she wasn't diagnosed with PPD, and they can't say it. So she doesn't deserve sympathy for PPD. Lindsay obviously had mental health issues, but it wasn't PPD. I think her issues came from not wanting to be a mom, honestly. If you look closely, the only thing she complained about was her children. And then those were the only people that she killed. She didn't want Patrick gone. She didn't want to be gone either. Well, that's not true because she threw herself out the window. So I don't agree with that. Lindsay was a nurse and absolutely could have taken her own life by cutting her wrists if she was wanting to die, but she lived, and all health experts have stated that the cuts were not life-threatening, and most agree they were superficial. Oh, she has scent paralyzed. She has scent paralyzed? When the prosecution outright stated that she was not paralyzed and she could walk. If this wasn't true, they would be ruined for life. So I imagine this is. So is she paralyzed or not? A mother who kills her 3 children in psychosis unintentionally doesn't ask for a lawyer as her first words. This is so damning to me. I cannot understand why she receives so much support, considering there are 3 people who are truly victims here. And that's the other thing. The other one said, that's how this other woman felt, that it was the justice for the kids that needed. They just didn't believe her. I don't know. I definitely don't believe. Here's another one. I definitely don't believe it was PPD. I have been repeating everything you have said to people as it points person of sound mind with careful planning. Let's not forget the sociopath search either. What I am trying to make sense of is the motive. I believe as this becomes more clear, she will have very few supporters. They can't make sense of someone destroying their near-perfect life out of the blue. As much as I cringe at her supporters who have used this crime as a talking piece for their own baby blues, I get wanting to understand that part. I believe it's one of two things, as you said. Maybe she hated being mom. That isn't the usual, and people from all walks of life can experience this and mask it well too. I believe she may have felt moderately depressed, not beyond the scope of responsibility, and killed the kids because she was miserable. She may have been in a sound state of mind, but also didn't care about potential consequences. The staged roof fall and taking meds after the murder may have been a sloppy cover-up to show mental instability. Perhaps once the kids were dead, she realized jail or mental hospital weren't ideal. Possibility, too, is that this was all carefully thought out. Lindsay spent a lot of time on mommy blog type Facebook pages. Lots of women on those self-diagnose and rant about loathing their children and give really shitey holistic advice at times. Lindsay, presumably a miserable mother, possibly saw an out when she saw moms discussing PPP. This is the ideal crime because you have a chance of getting away with it if you're found criminally insane. You can see the light of day again once your mental state improves. I find it interesting. Lindsay was essentially doctor shopping. As for the fall and meds, it could have been a part of a plan related to all this. Perhaps she wanted to seem psychotic after having tons of medication in her system. Tempting suicide out the window, looks about as psychotic as one could get. She didn't account for the blood work being able to show when she took the medication, or the fall being looked into. I have long thought, though, if you want to end your life, a second-story jump isn't going to do it. As for her not being paralyzed, this is news to me, too. If she isn't, I despise her even more for letting that narrative circulate. Someone said, where did you see the prosecution said she wasn't paralyzed? And someone said, Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague clarified the extent of Lindsay Clancy's injuries during a hearing to debate whether she posed a risk to others. Sprague said she is not paralyzed. She can move her legs and feet. She can move her arms. Lindsay has also been writing and is able to verbally communicate. They have claimed this since the beginning. It's only Lindsay's lawyer that stated she was paralyzed, and he has phrased this certain ways sometimes too that seem suspicious, stating that she had a spinal injury and things like that in lieu of saying she was paralyzed. But he is pushing that for the sympathy card. There is evidence her suicide attempt wasn't real and was staged. Superficial cuts, there's blood on the ledge. That's more than likely proves she hung from the ledge and dropped herself down. There's no evidence that she jumped out of the window. If the lawyer makes her seem like she's paralyzed or injured, then it makes it seem more likely that she did try to hurt herself, but evidence says otherwise at the moment. Someone said, I have definitely heard she was not paralyzed at all. People that went to talk to her at the hospital said they saw her move her legs. So I guess she's going to pretend to be paralyzed for the rest of her miserable life. Someone said this, all of this. She wanted Patrick out of the house so she could kill the children. At any point after Patrick left, she could have walked away from that house. She was lucid enough to return Patrick's call when she was in the middle of murdering the kids, clearly recognizing that calling him back would keep him from being concerned and returning before the time she had mapped out. All of that alone is indicative of someone who is not only thinking clearly, but deviously planning. She was clear enough to say to herself, you know what? I'm going to go walk out the door and take a walk for the immediate. She knew Patrick was going to be home and maybe 20 minutes and the kids would have been fine. I agree with the comment that she was so selfishly miserable in her life that she lashed out and didn't really care about the consequences, kind of like an adult version of a temper tantrum. I'm very curious to see what kind of information comes out of the prosecution at the next court date. Let's see. And the people here are agreeing one after another, one after another. So let me just keep going. Someone here says her actions scream of those of a suicidal sociopath narcissist. Let's see. Someone said, I think I have my answer. She's saying that there's women that are so quick to defend this woman and act like anybody who doesn't sympathize with them is uneducated or ignorant. Like, no, I understand these moms went through shite. I've been there 3 times. But don't debase and devalue yourself to her level. It's unnecessary, and you are so much more than a heartless murderer like she is. I think these moms are selling themselves incredibly short because anyone who went through actual PPD or PPA is a warrior. Okay, so here's somebody now recently. I'm old to this thread, but I absolutely agree. She's going to trial soon and still playing the victim. No doctor would prescribe and tell her to take all of those medications at once. They were either switching prescriptions or she wasn't telling doctors what she was already on. And a lot of that stuff is mild. I have taken over half of it. I have 4 children, and it's hard when they're little. But her baby wasn't even that small anymore. And she did too much planning and manipulation. She was a nurse. She should have been able to come to the conclusion on her own that she should be either checking in to an inpatient facility or trying therapy instead of medication and medical doctors who aren't really equipped for mental health therapy. She chose to go to the hospital. Her husband is partially to blame for leaving his kids with her if she was struggling, but nothing excusing her actions. The only thing in my mind that would is if she was in a true psychosis and did not know who she was or why she was doing it. But that obviously was not the case. She sent her husband across town on an extra errand so she could perform the malicious act of taking her children's lives. She is cold-hearted and should never be trusted to return to normal society. I'm going to go to your chat. If you're putting down, I'm going to check in a second. I just want you to see what. So now someone said, here's something else. Okay, listen to this now. Maybe they'll find some clues in her electronic records or even Patrick's. Is it about the gay rumors? Did he have a male love interest? Are you saying that? Hold on a minute. So they're saying it was. So they say, yes, that is a very popular rumor in circulation, and I have some theories of my own. In some marriages, the mother is tasked with being the bad guy, doing all the hard work, disciplining, taking the back talk, the resistance, and all the messy stuff. Could it be that Patrick did not give her the support that she deserved? With that, and along with possible other things, she reached her full and decided she would give him the ultimate payback. However, it would appear that she didn't love her children at all, so regardless of anything he may have done, she doesn't display a normal reaction. Something was wrong with her from the start. I think they were family pressures on her, and none of the family had any idea what they were dealing with until it was too late. If any of them, especially Patrick, feel that they could have changed their own behavior and prevented what happened, they are not going to reveal it. They are certainly not going to admit to any of it, because then their image would be trashed all over the world. That would be the biggest gossip scoop to hit the rags in a long time. Imagine. These secrets will not be revealed, if such secrets exist, unless Lindsay tells them about herself, if she is convicted and then later offered an interview as many inmates have in the past. She may open up, and if she does, everyone will be listening. I don't know about anything like that. Okay. Someone said, I'm in no way a supporter of her, but I do have sympathy for women who go through PPD or PPP. In my opinion, people support her for two reasons. One, they're moms too, who have been through the hardships, so they're more prone to feel what she went through. And two, she didn't do it with the attitude Casey Anthony did. Casey would have killed puppies for a living if that was an actual job. She was mean, manipulating, conniving, and a pathological liar, which Lindsay wasn't. So it makes you wonder. With that being said, though, it was 200% premeditated, and when she woke up, she asked if she needed a lawyer. I cannot guarantee for my mental health in this situation, nor am I a mom, but I would have searched for my kids soon as I woke up. That I know. Do not come from me. I'm not defending her actions. I'm trying to explain possible reasons. And again, whatever they said about her husband, that has never been proven that I've ever seen. It's the first I ever heard about that, and I don't even believe that's true. Okay, let's see. Let me see what you guys are saying, because I don't know, it's a hard case. Okay, let's see what you guys say. Okay, let me get back here. Okay, so let's see what you guys say. Monster versus illness, says Colleen. Either way, serious psychosis is going on. Jen says it's sad. It's like she may have been mad at the husband and did this to hurt him. Colleen says, Jen, yeah, like WTAF led up to this. True, Colleen. A lot is missing. So much is Colleen. Jen says, I wonder if they had cameras with sound in the house. I wonder if they texted at all when he was out getting dinner. They had a phone call. Imagine coming home to that. It's unreal. Sorry, I wonder big, stupid, little stupid stuff. 15 meds. Her psychiatrist is incompetent, says Jen. Colleen says 15. That's a lot of meds. She said she was on less during cancer treatment years ago. I'd question that big time, says Colleen. OMG, says Colleen. I hope you're okay, Colleen. Sorry to hear that you had to go through those treatments. Yeah. Does anyone know the kids' ages? Yeah, 5, 3, and 8 months. Where survivors going? I'm good now. Where survivors going through something like this case would be horribly worse. Your survivor, good. Hi, Margaret. High speed. Let's see. Like, WTF, did she just mentally snap? I'm going to remove my first comment because I don't know anything about this case. High speed, it's not a bad question though. Seriously, we all wonder. What are you wondering? I don't even know. I wonder about all the meds too. No worries, high speed. I don't understand these child murdered by mothers. I don't know anything about this case either. This case is crazy, but it doesn't seem like she was suffering from that. Colleen says, when I went through to have my first healthy daughter 24 years ago, I'm so blessed, but it really makes you wonder, how the F can a mother do that? I could say more, but it might not fit this channel's policies. Colleen says, I know very little about this case. Not much has been public. I cover this a lot. I've read through all the documents and everything. Where were you guys? Tisk, tisk. If she was very depressed, Then why was she alone with the kids? Well, it was one of the first days she was alone, and she actually said she was feeling okay that day. Usually she did have a family member staying. She did have her mother staying prior to this. And she started to say she was feeling better. She was going to be going back to work. All I will say is there are some places where babies... Okay, I'm not getting into that. Okay. I cannot imagine delivering my child and 3 months later being... Not 3 months later, it was 8 months. Okay, it's the chemicals in your brain that change along with depression. I didn't have postpartum. I have no clue what it feels like. I was on cloud 9 a year after giving birth. Oh, let's say I was so happy too. It was so hard for me to get pregnant. So many questions. Jen, same here. Can relate. I wonder if the neighbor across the street heard something. Did they have cameras? I have seen all the interviews with psychologists. They admit the conditions are made up, partly because what? It'd be very interesting to know about camera footage. We know so little. Friends and family answer if the marriage was happy. Was she happy to have another baby? I did really extensive coverage of this case, though. Let's see. Hi, Mr. Wu. Okay. I wonder that also. I have pages of questions. Not a whole lot has come out yet. A whole lot has come out. It really has. It really has. Okay. You're the only one who really covers it. Let me see if I can, hold on. Hold on a second, okay? Okay, so all right, okay, so listen to this, okay? This is for the search warrant for Lindsay Clancy's house. Joshua McKelligan being duly sworn. I'm a Massachusetts State Police trooper. Okay, yada yada, he puts this whole thing, right? This affidavit is to establish probable cause that the crime of murder, a violation of Massachusetts General Law 265, Section 1, assault and battery with a deadly weapon, a violation. Okay, it goes through on this. And says... on Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, with a person of interest being identified as Lindsay Clancy, her date of birth 8/11/1990, and the victims being identified as Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy. The affidavit does not contain all information known to investigators and is being used for a limited purpose of showing probable cause. The evidence related to the crimes of murder, assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, and strangulation with the victims, like I said, identified, right? And then their address. Based on the information below, so let's go over here. The following is a summation. Here's the investigative history. On Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, at approximately 1811 hours, the Duxbury Police Dispatch radioed all cruisers to respond to 47 Summer Street in the town of Duxbury for an attempted suicide, where the wife, who was positively identified as Lindsay Clancy, had cut her wrists and neck and jumped out the window from the second floor. Duxbury police responded to the address. Ms. Clancy was on the ground on the left side of the house. Located with Ms. Clancy was her husband and the 911 caller, Patrick Clancy. As Duxbury police officers were assessing Ms. Clancy, Mr. Clancy entered the home to check on his children. Duxbury Police Dispatch then radioed to officers that the husband, Mr. Clancy, was in the basement and something was wrong because his children would not wake up. Duxbury officers then heard extremely loud yelling and entered the home, responding to the basement. In the basement, the Duxbury police officers located Mr. Clancy and the family's 3 children, a 5-year-old, 3-year-old, and an 8-month-old infant. The 3 children, positively identified as Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan. They were all located in different areas of the basement on the floor, not breathing and unresponsive. All 3 children were transported by EMS to Beth Israel Plymouth Hospital, where Cora Clancy and Dawson Clancy were both pronounced deceased. Miss Clancy was transported by EMS to South Shore Hospital in Weymouth. Callan Clancy was med-flighted to Children's Hospital in Boston. Duxbury police then secured the residence of 47 Summer Street. On Tuesday, January 24th, at approximately 19:29 hours, Trooper Rabbit arrived at the emergency department at Beth Israel. Trooper Rabbit was met by Duxbury Police Department Officer Joseph Pellini. Cora Clancy was located in Exam Room 3, and Dawson Clancy was located in Trauma 1. Callan Clancy was located in Trauma 2. However, he was med-flighted to Boston Children's Hospital shortly after Trooper Rabbit's arrival. On Tuesday, January 24th, at approximately 19:48 hours, Trooper Rabbit spoke with the emergency department Dr. Mark Tenorowitz. Dr. T, we're going to call him, stated that he tended to Dawson Clancy upon his arrival at the emergency department, and upon arrival, Dawson was in cardiac arrest. Dr. T stated that he had been told that Dawson had had an exercise band tied around his neck prior to being transported to the hospital. Dr. T said that Dawson had signs of strangulation, and particularly he had petechia on the side of his face. Dr. T stated that Dawson had a bruise on his right knee and an old bruise on his right shin. Dr. T declared Dawson Clancy dead at approximately 19:28 hours the same night. On Tuesday, January 24th, approximately 20:02 hours, Trooper Rabbit and Trooper Ashley Faella of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Scene Services Section observed Cora Clancy in Emergency Department Room 3. Cora was located on a hospital bed. Cora was covered in a white blanket. She had medical devices protruding from her mouth and her left ankle. Cora had also had automated external defibrillator pads on her chest and a neck collar around her neck. Cora also had gray and orange pajamas partially on her body, which had been partially cut off. Cora also had what appeared to a bruise to the inside of her right bicep. Cora Clancy's hands were bagged by Trooper Faella. Cora Clancy was digitally photographed by the trooper. Cora Clancy was later moved to the morgue to be picked up by members of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for a post-mortem examination. And on Tuesday, January 24th at approximately 2010 hours, Trooper Roberts spoke with Dr. Benjamin Kaufman. Dr. Kaufman tended to Callan Clancy upon his arrival at BID Plymouth. Dr. Kaufman stated that he noted no specific injuries besides Callan being in cardiac arrest, and he was in critical condition prior to being med-flighted. On Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, at approximately 20:25 hours, Trooper Rabbit spoke with Dr. Michael Snyder. Dr. Michael Snyder tended to Cora Clancy upon her arrival to BID Plymouth. Dr. Snyder stated that Cora was in cardiac arrest. Dr. Snyder stated that Cora had bruising and popped blood vessels around her head, eyes, and neck. Dr. Snyder stated that Cora had bruising to her chest that he stated most likely was due to the medical staff performing CPR on her. Dr. Snyder said that he pronounced Cora Clancy deceased at 19:28 hours. On Tuesday, January 24th, at approximately 20:31 hours, Lieutenant Lance Mello, Trooper Rabbit, and Trooper Faella observed Dawson Clancy in Trauma 1. Dawson was located in a hospital bed. He was located beneath a white blanket with a green hospital Johnny draped over his midsection. Dawson had medical devices on his chest, leg, AED pads on his chest and back, and tubes protruding from his mouth. Dawson Clancy's hands were bagged by Lieutenant Mello and Trooper Faella. Dawson Clancy was digitally photographed by Trooper Faella. And Dawson Clancy was later moved to BID Plymouth Morgue to be picked up by members of the medical examiner's office for post-mortem examination. On Tuesday, January 24th, at approximately 20:05 hours, I interviewed Duxbury Police Officer Brian Josephine at the police station. Officer Josephine stated that he works as a school resource officer during the day and was on an overtime shift from 1,600 to 2,000 hours. And he stated that at approximately 18:11, he was receiving a radio dispatch stating all cruisers respond to 47 Summer Street for a female that possibly attempted to take her own life and had lacerations to her wrists and neck and jumped from a second-floor window. Officer Josephine stated he arrived at the front of the house at the same time as the Duxbury Officer Hall. Officer Josephine stated that when he arrived, he noticed two vehicles in the driveway before he went to the right of the home, and Officer Hall went to the left, trying to go near the rear of the home. Officer Josephine stated Officer Hall called him to the rear left of the home. When he got there, he located Ms. Clancy on her back with blood in her mouth. Officer Josephine stated as he was going to the left side of the home that Mr. Clancy was on the left side of the home and walked past him and entered the home. Officer Josephine stated as he was assessing Ms. Clancy, Duxbury Police dispatch radioed something about the home's basement. Officer Josephine was unsure of the transmission before he heard extremely loud screaming coming from the house. Officer Josephine stated he entered the home through the rear sliding door, which was already open. Officer Josephine stated he entered into the kitchen and then took a left to get to the staircase to the basement. Officer Josephine stated Mr. Clancy was still screaming. Officer Josephine stated he went down the basement stairs and turned right. Officer Josephine stated that the basement was divided into a left and right side. Officer Josephine stated Mr. Clancy came out of the far room and stated, "She killed the kids." Officer Josephine stated he entered the rear room and believed he observed the 2-year-old laying on his back, unresponsive. He was blue and purple in his face. Officer Josephine stated he believed he saw bruising on the child's neck. Officer Josephine stated that there was a blue resistance band next to the child's head. Officer Josephine stated he grabbed the child and ran him up the stairs, out the front door and into an arriving ambulance. Officer Josephine stated he then returned to the basement and turned left this time. Officer Josephine stated he observed the family's 2 other children on the ground unresponsive, both having life-saving measures performed by Duxbury EMS. Officer Josephine stated the rooms to the right in the basement appeared to be a weight room style room and an office. To the left of the basement appeared to be a living area with couches. Officer Josephine was unsure of the layout of the basement because he was focused on the children. On Tuesday, January 24th, 2023 at 2023 hours, I interviewed Police Officer Stephen Hall at the Duxbury Police Station. He stated he was working a scheduled shift, 1600 to 000 hours. Officer Hall stated he received a radio transmission to respond to 47 Summer Street for a female attempting to take her own life. Okay, let's see. He gets there and he finds Mr. Clancy standing by Miss Clancy, who was laying on the ground. Officer Hall stated Ms. Clancy was laying on her back with her head towards the house, had lacerations to her wrists and neck. Officer Hall stated the lacerations were not currently bleeding. Officer Hall stated that Ms. Clancy was breathing, but she was semi-conscious. Officer Hall stated Mr. Clancy then ran into the house. Officer Hall stated he heard Duxbury dispatch radio something about Mr. Clancy, stating there was something wrong in the basement and that they won't wake up. Officer Hall stated he then heard loud screaming coming from the house. Officer Hall stated he entered the home through the rear door and entered the kitchen. Officer Hall stated he took his second left, proceeded down the basement stairs. Officer Hall stated he turned right, saw the husband coming out of the rear room stating, "Oh my God, and was breathing heavily. Officer Hall stated he went into the back room and located what he believed was the oldest child. Officer Hall stated he ran up the stairs with Officer Josephine and transported the child to an arriving ambulance. Officer Hall stated in the basement to the left was couches. When he went back into the house and re-entered into the basement, EMS was performing life-saving measures on the family's 2 other children. Officer Hall stated all the children were blue in the face. Officer Hall stated the first child to the right of the basement had no shirt on. Their face and chest were blue. Officer Hall stated that when he exited the house the last time, he observed the window on the second floor of the rear of the home. The window frame had blood on it when looking from the ground. On Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, at approximately 20:40 hours, I interviewed Police Officer Vincent Cahill at the Duxbury Police Station. Okay, so we're going to go through. Officer Cahill was also dispatched, okay? And he stated he opened the front door of the home for EMS to access the front of the home. Officer Cahill stated he went downstairs to the basement where he observed Mr. Clancy pacing back and forth. Officer Cahill stated he then went to the left side of the basement and he saw a female child on the ground. He stated that he observed blood on the child's hand and blood on her face and nose. He then stated that he realized the youngest child, the infant, was lying behind him on the ground, unresponsive. Officer Cahill stated that he observed indents and trauma to the infant's neck. Officer Cahill stated that there was a blue exercise resistance band on the ground next to the child. Officer Cahill stated he then assisted in performing life-saving measures. Officer Cahill stated he then was able to talk to Mr. Clancy, who stated that he had gone out to pick up food and make another stop before returning home. Officer Cahill stated Mr. Clancy returned home and realized the home was quiet. prior to locating Mrs. Clancy. On Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, at 20:40 hours, Lieutenant John Santos and Trooper Joseph Rabbit conducted an interview with Patrick Clancy in the family room of Beth Israel Hospital in Plymouth. Patrick was identified as the spouse of Lindsay Clancy and the father of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy. The interview was audio recorded. The following is meant to be a summary, not taken verbatim. Patrick stated that he had been married to his wife Lindsay for 6 years, that they have 3 children together. Patrick stated that at the end of September 2022, Lindsay stated that she was beginning to get anxious prior to her return to work at Massachusetts General Hospital as a labor and delivery nurse. Patrick stated that Lindsay went to a psychiatrist, who he identified as Jennifer Tufts, and was prescribed Zoloft. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay also saw another psychiatrist, who he identified as Rebecca Gelada. Patrick stated that Lindsay was also prescribed multiple other medications, including Valium, Trazodone, Ativan, Klonopin, Prozac, and Seroquel. Patrick stated that Lindsay would take as many as 4 medications a day. However, she would take them as prescribed. Patrick stated that Lindsay called the restaurant 3V in Plymouth at approximately 17:15 hours, the same date, for takeout food, and Patrick Clancy went to pick the food up. Patrick Clancy stated that he also stopped at a CVS in Kingston, near the Duxbury line, and purchased a laxative for his daughter, Cora Clancy. Patrick stated that he arrived back home at his residence and he noticed the whole house was quiet. Patrick stated that he went upstairs to his bedroom and that his bedroom door was locked. Patrick stated that after he got into his bedroom, he saw blood and the window open. So he then ran downstairs and outside and located Lindsay on the ground. Patrick stated that when he located Lindsay on the ground outside, it appeared that she had slit her wrists and possibly her neck. Patrick stated that he then called 911. Patrick stated that the police then arrived at the residence, and he stated he went into the basement where he located Cora and Callan in the main living room area and Dawson in his office. Patrick stated that all 3 children had workout bands tied around their necks. Patrick stated that he was home all day with the exception of when he left the residence to go to 3V's and CVS. Patrick stated that Lindsay stated that she had been having suicidal thoughts as well as thoughts of hurting the children. He clarified that she had communicated that she was feeling this way at the end of December. Patrick stated that Lindsay had reached out to her psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts. Patrick stated that Lindsay had self-admitted herself to McLean Hospital from January 1st to January 5th. Patrick stated that he and Lindsay had an amazing marriage. They got along great. He further stated that they tell each other they love each other 10 times a day. At the end of the interview, Mr. Clancy consented to have his face, clothing, and hands digitally photographed by Trooper Ashley Falia. Now, let me see here. Trooper Andrew Ciaccio, gosh, I remember these names, was able to review Apple Maps and calculate the travel times for Mr. Clancy's travel. Trooper Ciaccio stated it takes approximately 3 minutes to travel from their house to CVS. Trooper Ciaccio stated it takes approximately 8 minutes to travel from CVS to 3V. Trooper Ciaccio stated it takes approximately 9 minutes to travel from 3V to 47 Summer Street. On Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, at approximately 21:09 hours, Duxbury Police Lieutenant Louis Chubb and Trooper Andrew Ciaccio visited the 3V restaurant located in Plymouth, Massachusetts, to retrieve the video. During the course of the investigation, investigators learned that Patrick Clancy picked up food after leaving his house on January 24th. Lieutenant Chubb and Trooper Ciaccio spoke with Michael Viscerello, the manager of 3V. Mr. Viscerello provided us with the assets to the security system. We confirmed the time and date, and the video was accurate. Video shows Patrick Clancy enter 3V through the front door at 17:54 hours. Patrick glances at the takeout table. He then waits in line behind a couple for a brief moment. While waiting, he looks at his cell phone. After the couple leaves, he approaches the hostess to pick up his order. He pays for his order at 17:55 hours. Mr. Viscerello informed us the hostess, Sarah Sweeney. Patrick paid with an American Express card. Mr. Viscerello printed a copy of the receipt. The receipt showed the order for 2 items was placed at 17:10 hours. Mr. Viscerello was able to show us the video, but stated he would need to contact an outside vendor to obtain a copy. Mr. Viscerello said he would have the video emailed to Trooper Ciaccio. On Tuesday at approximately 21:40 hours, Sergeant Mark Ferrioli and Trooper Andrew Ciaccio visited CVS in Kingston, Massachusetts, to retrieve video. During the investigation, investigators learned that Patrick Clancy entered this CVS after leaving his house on January 24th. Okay, they spoke with Angela Krause, who's the manager at CVS, and they provided us with the access to their surveillance system. They confirmed the time and date on the video was accurate. Okay, and the video shows Patrick Clancy enter the CVS through the front door at 17:32 hours. He walks to aisle 20, and then aisle 20 is where they keep the children's medication. Patrick spends only a few minutes in the aisle before exiting the aisle and walking back towards the registers. As he does this, just prior to exiting, he appears to be utilizing his cell phone. Patrick arrives at the register, 17:36, no longer utilizing his phone. He exited the store through the front door at 17:37, turns right. Mr. Krause informed us there were no exterior cameras showing that side of the building. Surveillance video was downloaded to a USB flash drive and is going to be entered into the evidence. Okay. Then I have personal knowledge. Okay, they're talking about this. I have personal knowledge from my training. Da 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 da. Okay, furthermore, my training. Da 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 da. Okay, they're talking about all the stuff they need, the iPads, all that. But we were just wanting to hear the facts, right? Okay, so those are most of the facts. There's more facts that he works from home that I know and remember from this case, and that she said, "Oh, I want to get takeout," after she had played in the snow with the kids. There's a lot more. I've gone over all of this stuff. Let's see what we got here. This is her indictment, so Okay, let's see what this is. Okay, so here's some more information, okay? This is from a lawsuit. Lindsay Marie Clancy, born August 11, 1990. She was raised in Wallingford, Connecticut. Her formative years were characterized by consistent academic excellence, culminated in a distinguished record throughout college and a rigorous accelerated nursing program at Massachusetts General Hospital. Lindsay's 9-year tenure as a labor and delivery nurse at Massachusetts General Hospital demonstrated notable professional competence and personal fulfillment. She was passionate about nursing and dedicated to her patients. Lindsay married Patrick Clancy in December of 2016, and they established their home in Duxbury, Massachusetts. Lindsay and Patrick had 3 children: Cora Marie Clancy, born December 24th, 2017. And then they had Dawson William Clancy, born September 30th, 2019. And Callan Patrick Clancy, born May 26th, 2022. As described by Patrick Clancy, before Lindsay became ill, she was dedicated to being a mom, even over-dedicated. She worked twice as hard as most. She rarely took a break to rest. Lindsay loved our children and never took her frustration out on the kids. She remained as affectionate with the kids as always. Lindsay's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy, testified in grand jury proceedings that she loved everything about Lindsay. She was a fun-loving, doting wife and mother. She loved her kids, and she was a nurturing mother who smiled all the time. Lindsay's sister, Allison Olga, described Lindsay as the kind of person who cares deeply for the people she loves. She shows up for the celebrations, and she writes handwritten notes to show her love and appreciation. She's also there in times of need and finds just the right words to provide comfort and support. Lindsay consistently conveyed profound affection for her children and her husband. She had never previously engaged in any form of physical harm towards her children. During Lindsay's first pregnancy with Cora, she experienced anxiety due to an abnormal ultrasound finding that later resolved. She experienced some anxiety during the postpartum period, but returned to part-time work and breastfed for 1 year without incident. During the postpartum period, following her second child, Dawson's birth, Lindsay was initially elated with increased energy. Patrick described that she had manic behavior for several days, multiple days. In October of 2020, she had an episode of decluttering to simplify her life, obsessively cleaning and discarding items. She said she felt amazingly on top of things. Her thoughts raced, and she constantly felt pressure to be active. It's amazing that he remembers her decluttering back in October of 2020, isn't it? After her second pregnancy, anxiety emerged at approximately 2 months postpartum. Although Lindsay was offered Zoloft by the psychiatrist, she declined due to concerns about breastfeeding. Her symptoms resolved through exercise, healthy diet, meditation, and several therapy sessions. These postpartum episodes, including the hypomanic symptoms following Dawson's birth, were critical indicators that should have alerted a competent psychiatric provider to the risk of bipolar disorder and the potential for more severe postpartum psychiatric complications following subsequent pregnancies. Lindsay gave birth to Callan, May 26, 2022. Both Patrick and Lindsay took parental leave following Callan's birth. Lindsay demonstrated significant activation of hypomanic behavior, including an extensive program of exercise, beginning only 1 week after delivery. She woke every day before the children at 4 a.m. and she ran 3 miles. She did spinning for 30 minutes on the Peloton. And then 30 minutes of aerobics. Wow. On July 4th, only 5 weeks after delivery, she ran a 5-mile race. Lindsay's sister Allison observed that unlike her usual sensible self, Lindsay impulsively bought into a Beachbody multi-level marketing scheme, purchasing products to resell. She made videos of her exercise routines and posted them on Facebook and encouraged her friends to join the program. These early postpartum behaviors constituted a hypomanic episode that, combined with her history following Dawson's birth, should have immediately suggested bipolar disorder to any competent psychiatric provider who obtained an adequate history. At approximately 12 weeks postpartum, Lindsay's mood suddenly switched to anxiety and depression. She experienced debilitating anxiety, insomnia, sleeping only approximately 3 hours per night, and exhaustion during the day. She had no motivation. She could not exercise. Everything about her body felt heavy and required effort. It was a chore for her to dress and to shower. Her parents came from out of state to help care for her and the children. Recognizing that something was seriously wrong, Lindsay took the initiative to seek psychiatric care. On September 12, 2022, she found Dr. Jennifer Tufts online and scheduled an appointment. At her first appointment with Dr. Tufts, Lindsay's Edinburgh postnatal depression scale score was 23, indicating severe depression. Dr. Tufts prescribed Zoloft, despite Lindsay's hesitation about medication due to breastfeeding concerns. Lindsay waited approximately 2 weeks before taking the medication, still concerned about its effects on breastfeeding, but ultimately began taking Zoloft in mid-October 2022 because she knew she needed help. After increasing the Zoloft dose from 25 to 50 milligrams, Lindsay experienced a severe adverse reaction. She didn't sleep for 48 hours. She had racing thoughts, worsening anxiety, and she felt awful. This dramatic departure from her previous sleep patterns was an obvious warning sign of medication-induced activation consistent with bipolar disorder. Lindsay promptly reported these symptoms to Dr. Tufts on October 20th, 2022. Rather than recognizing the significance of this reaction and conducting appropriate testing to determine why Lindsay had such an adverse response to a relatively low dose of medication, Dr. Tufts simply discontinued the Zoloft and prescribed Ativan and Benadryl for sleep. Even after carefully tapering these medications, Lindsay found the profound insomnia persisted, accompanied by distressing cardiac palpitations. Her condition continued to deteriorate. On November 16, 2022, Lindsay's insomnia had become so severe, she took herself to the emergency room at South Shore Hospital seeking help. She reported insomnia, anxiety, and palpitations. The ER doctor prescribed trazodone for sleep, but it was not effective. Patrick's mother, a nurse at South Shore Hospital, contacted the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Program on November 20th, 2022, seeking additional help for Lindsay. Nurse practitioner Julie Paul reached out to Lindsay. Lindsay reported to Nurse Paul that she was very frustrated and scared, experiencing extreme insomnia, averaging only 3 hours per night and of sleep, and having racing thoughts. Nurse Paul prescribed Prozac on November 21st. 2022. Okay. After merely 4 days on Prozac, Lindsay reported that the medication intensified her insomnia. She immediately informed her providers and the Prozac was discontinued. This was the second antidepressant that had caused activation and worsening insomnia, a critical red flag for bipolar disorder, and the providers failed to recognize. On November 25th, 2022, Nurse Paul prescribed 3 different medications: Ambien, Remeron, and Klonopin. On November 26th, after taking Remeron, Lindsay experienced dissociation and perceiving the world around her as unreal, distorted, and distant. She was unable to determine what was real. She became disoriented, forgetful, confused, and disconnected from her own body. She was unable to drive and unable to be alone. Lindsay reported these alarming symptoms to her providers November 28th of 2022, noting that she was still struggling, sleeping only 3 to 4 hours and feeling disoriented and forgetful. On November 29th, 2022, Lindsay began treatment, I'm sure it means, with Nurse Gelada. Lindsay reported that she was anxious and frightened about what was happening and that she blamed herself, and the Nurse Gelada correctly considered a bipolar presentation and prescribed Seroquel, an antipsychotic and a mood stabilizer. After starting the Seroquel, Lindsay's condition took a dramatic turn for the worse. She developed suicidal ideation and began experiencing what could be described as intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. The voice said, "I will not be the same," and that she wanted to die. Lindsay openly communicated her escalating her internal turmoil to her husband, her parents, and her providers. She described the emotional state as emotionless and like a zombie, attributing this profound affective blunting to the Seroquel. On December 2nd, Lindsay reported to Nurse Gelada that she had lost 15 pounds. She had no appetite. She was experiencing panic attacks and confusion and had a lack of attention over the past 4 days. On December 4th, Lindsay was so frightened by the hallucinations that she called New Bedford's suicidal hotline seeking help. She was told there was no emergency because she had no specific plan as to how she would hurt herself. On December 5th, Lindsay met with an Aspire crisis support clinician, again seeking help. She was told she didn't meet the criteria for inpatient treatment because she did not have a suicidal plan. On December 6th, Patrick attended an appointment with Lindsay and Nurse Gelada. Patrick connected Lindsay's suicidal thoughts to the Seroquel. He told Nurse Gelada that Lindsay is 10,000 times worse since she has taken medication. He asked if they could get Lindsay off medications and start from scratch to see what is going on. He asked if there could have been some mistake, like using the wrong medications. Nurse Gelada acknowledged it's possible. Despite this, Nurse Gelada continued to increase the Seroquel dosage to 400 milligrams per day. On December 13th, Lindsay remained deeply depressed. She had no motivation, and she had suicidal ideation. She wanted this to be all over. December 15th, Patrick called Nurse Gelada's office to report that Lindsay has had a devastating week and that it was the worst day for Lindsay. She had horrible thoughts all day. Lindsay had auditory hallucinations all day, every day. She felt debilitated, not interested in anything, exhausted, could not get out of bed. The hallucinations were loud, continued all day. "I will never be the same. I will never be me again. You are damaged. You will never be the same. The only option is to die." Lindsay told her husband, Patrick, "I have thoughts of harming the kids." She also told her mother about these thoughts because she was in a psychotic state. Lindsay also had paranoid delusions that people could hear her thoughts and that she would be locked in a hospital and have her children taken away. Lindsay's escalating suicidal thoughts prompted a visit to Massachusetts General Hospital emergency room on December 20th, where she sought help. The ER suggested either admission to McLean Hospital or partial hospitalization day program for women and infants in Rhode Island. On December 20th, 2022, Lindsay admitted herself to the partial hospitalization day program for women and infants in Providence, Rhode Island, a program intended for parents with postpartum depression. This was yet another step Lindsay took to seek help for her worsening condition. Lindsay's chief complaint of women and infants was, "I feel numb and crazy depressed." She reported feeling crazy depressed, numb to all emotion, can't feel love, that her life is becoming a disaster, that she couldn't feel fear, and that she was messed up beyond repair. She had lost 15 pounds in a month. She had no motivation, and she reported that it takes all the effort in the world just to breathe. Lindsay's Edinburgh postnatal depression scale score at women and infants was 23, indicating severe depression. Her generalized anxiety disorder 7-item GAD-7 score was 21, higher than the threshold for the most severe category. Despite this severely elevated scores, Dr. Diaz, the attending psychiatrist at Women and Infants, concluded that Lindsay had no postpartum depression and rejected the bipolar diagnosis because of no history of hypomania or psychosis of family history. The conclusion was negligent because Dr. Diaz failed to obtain an adequate history. Dr. Diaz's own notes documented that Lindsay's sister had experienced postpartum anxiety, a relevant family psychiatric history that should have been explored. Had Dr. Diaz properly inquired about Lindsay's early postpartum period, she would have learned of the hypomanic episode and then began immediately after delivery. Dr. Diaz also failed to recognize that Lindsay's providers had previously considered bipolar disorder as documented in Lindsay's records, stating she was on Seroquel and concerned for bipolar. Dr. Diaz accepted Lindsay and Patrick's belief that her symptoms were due to overmedication and recommended weaning Seroquel. The clinical team at Women and Infants posted that Lindsay's symptoms were more psychopharmacological induced than purely depressive. Dr. Diaz's assessment plan documented that the WIH-DHP is not a suitable treatment facility for Lindsay. Dr. Diaz failed to recommend or arrange an appropriate alternative treatment and instead discharged Lindsay after only 1 day of treatment with inadequate follow-up. Women's Infants Hospital determined that its day program was not appropriate for Lindsay and reached out to Nurse Gelada to discuss Lindsay's care. Nurse Gelada did not respond to them. Dr. Diaz and Women and Infants' negligent failure to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, and recognize the signs of bipolar disorder with postpartum onset resulted in a missed opportunity to provide appropriate treatment. The recommendation to wean Seroquel without providing a proper alternative treatment plan or ensuing adequate follow-up care contributed to Lindsay's further deterioration. Following the Seroquel reduction recommendation by Women and Infants, Lindsay's suicidal ideation resurged. By December 29th of 2022, Lindsay told her husband, "I can't tough it out anymore. I need to go to McLean." On December 30th, Lindsay went to MGH emergency room, which suggested admission to McLean Hospital. On December 31st, 2022, Lindsay admitted herself to McLean Hospital, the nation's top-ranked psychiatric hospital, due to her severe depression and suicidal ideation. Lindsay's admitting symptoms included passive suicidal ideation, feeling detached, hopelessness, depression, no appetite or energy to perform activities of daily living, no motivation, racing thoughts, inability to organize her thoughts, memory problems, anxiety, and insomnia. Her insight and judgment were documented as limited. McLean placed Lindsay on a locked unit with 15-minute suicide checks. However, the care she received was grossly inadequate. She was admitted on New Year's Eve, and there was a skeleton crew because of the holiday. Patients spent their evening doing puzzles and coloring. Nurses stayed behind a desk in glass. Lindsay did not see a doctor until January 3rd, 3 days after her admission. On January 3rd, the doctor advised Lindsay to stop the Seroquel and the benzodiazepines and prescribed trazodone for sleep. On January 4th, Lindsay asked if she could go home for Cora's birthday. Because her thoughts had improved since his Seroquel decreased, she was approved for discharge. That doesn't make sense. Cora's birthday was December 24th. Lindsay was discharged from McLean Hospital on January 5th after only a 5-day stay. Dr. Goodhart authored and signed the physician discharge summary approving Lindsay's release despite her documented limited insight judgment and suicidal ideations. Lindsay was returned to the care of the same inpatient providers who had previously allegedly substandard care. After discharge, Dr. Goodhart from McLean called Lindsay and spoke for only 10 minutes, offering names of antidepressants. The staff at McLean suggested amitriptyline, yet another antidepressant, the very class of medications that had repeatedly caused Lindsay to have adverse reactions. When Lindsay was discharged from McLean, she thought, I was just in the best hospital in the country, so there was not much hope. She decided she must appear like she was okay and had to do her best. Dr. Goodhart and McLean's hospital negligent failure to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, provide the sufficient inpatient care during her brief admission, and ensue appropriate discharge planning and follow-up care directly contributed to the tragic events that followed. Dr. Goodhart, as the discharging physician, approved Lindsay's release after only 5 days, despite her documented limited insight and judgment and her ongoing severe symptoms. Lindsay returned to the treatment with Dr. Tufts on January 6th, the day after her discharge from McLean. Dr. Tufts diagnosed Lindsay with chronic major depressive disorder, single episode moderate. She recorded that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was deteriorating and that the medication was not effective. Despite her poor condition, Dr. Tufts met with Lindsay for only 17 minutes. At Cora's birthday party on January 7th, Lindsay was not herself. She smiled but could not converse. She avoided talking. Couldn't make sense of what others were saying. Lindsay's hallucinations resumed within 1 week of her discharge from McLean. On January 10th, Lindsay returned to Dr. Tufts and was switched to Valium for a benzodiazepine taper. Dr. Tufts indicated that at some point we will need to add an antidepressant. On January 16th, Lindsay was still experiencing debilitating depression. She had to force herself to do anything. The hallucinations continued. You should harm the children. You should kill yourself. You should never be the same. The only option is to die. She felt like a zombie. Dr. Tufts prescribed amitriptyline, another antidepressant, at 10 milligrams per day. On January 20th, 2023, because Lindsay was having such awful thoughts and was so numb and emotionless, she researched what is a psychopath to see if she was one and whether there was a cure. On January 23rd, during another 17-minute appointment, Lindsay reported being a little more anxious with her heart racing and more AM anxiety. Dr. Tufts recorded that Lindsay's mood is the same, flat, anxious, and that she has no motivation, numb, and has to force herself up out of the house. Her sleep and medication efficacy were poor. Her insight was poor, and her psychiatric condition generally was unchanged, and Dr. Tufts increased the amitriptyline to 20 milligrams per day, and that night Lindsay did not sleep. On January 24th, Lindsay woke severely depressed with suicidal thoughts. She gave the children breakfast. She took Cora to the pediatrician because Cora complained of stomachache, and later she went to the backyard with the children and built a snowman and sent a picture to Patrick and his mother. The suicidal hallucinations continued all day, nonstop. Later in the afternoon, the voice began saying, "You should harm the children." Lindsay thought about dinner and realized she had not prepared anything. She asked Patrick about takeout. She looked at a map to see how long it would take because she did not want to be alone and needed help. As soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. "This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. This is your last chance. You have to kill the kid so you can kill yourself." Lindsay felt a force come over her. Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations. A demanding, powerful male voice explicitly ordered her. She felt an overwhelming, irresistible compulsion to comply, entering into a dissociative, dreamlike state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived her body was just acting, and she was merely watching herself do it. She reported she had no choice but to follow the compelling directives. Lindsay described, "I lost all control. My body started acting without any control on my part. I was just following commands. All action." The voice demanded action. Lindsay proceeded to strangle each of her children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." Following these acts, she undertook a severe suicide attempt, ingesting a substantial quantity of various medications, self-inflicting lacerations to her wrists and neck, and jumping from a second-story window approximately 20 feet to the ground. Lindsay suffered catastrophic injuries, including a thoracic spinal cord injury resulting in permanent paralysis below the sternum. Now, but they're saying that this is not true, so I don't know. She also suffered multiple closed fractures of her cervical and thoracic vertebrae and multiple rib fractures. Cora and Dawson died on January 24, 2023. Callan succumbed to his injuries and died on January 27, 2023. Lindsay consistently maintains her actions were compelled by a hallucinatory voice, not a conscious decision, and expresses profound, enduring love for her children. Dr. Margaret Spinelli, a clinical professor of psychiatry at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons, and the founder of the Women's Program in Psychiatry at Columbia University Medical College, conducted a comprehensive forensic psychiatric evaluation of Lindsay. Dr. Spinelli met with Lindsay for 5 hours at Tewksbury Psychiatric Hospital on July 11th, 2024, and subsequently spoke with her by telephone for 3 hours on September 6, 2024. Dr. Spinelli also interviewed Patrick Clancy, Lindsay's sister Allison Olga, Lindsay's mother Mrs. Musgrove, and Lindsay's mother-in-law Susan Clancy. Dr. Spinelli diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar disorder, 1, severe, with psychosis and anxious distress, with postpartum onset. Dr. Spinelli concluded that Lindsay had a baseline bipolar disorder with minimal symptoms after her second childbirth, and that her symptoms worsened after the third birth when she was prescribed an antidepressant. Dr. Spinelli noted that an antidepressant medication can create manic or hypomanic symptoms and mood instability in one who has bipolar illness. This is a well-known response for a person with underlying bipolar disorder. Dr. Spinelli opined that the providers never seemed to communicate with one another, that no one ever asked her to describe the content of her intrusive thoughts, which were in fact hallucinations, and that Lindsay was repeatedly given antidepressants instead of a mood stabilizer. Dr. Spinelli specifically commented on the failures of multiple providers regarding the initial Zoloft reaction. She noted if practitioners had recognized the hypomanic activation after Zoloft, a second or third antidepressant would not have been tried. Regarding women and infants, she noted that Dr. Diaz did not review mood symptoms of last pregnancy and this postpartum period, and did not review hypomanic episode immediately after delivery, which was the beginning of Ms. Clancy's postpartum psychosis. Dr. Spinelli concluded she did all that she could to obtain the appropriate treatment. Dr. Paul D. Zize, a forensic psychologist, also conducted extensive clinical interviews with Lindsay and her parents. Dr. Zize was the initial forensic expert to engage Lindsay in the immediate aftermath of the incident. Dr. Zize concurred with the assessments of Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Philip Resnick. Dr. Zize opined to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty that Ms. Clancy's clinical course was significantly complicated by polypharmacy and the involvement of multiple prescribers, which in effect obscured an accurate diagnosis and appropriate intervention and treatment. Furthermore, the psychotropic medications she received appeared to have paradoxically exacerbated her underlying psychiatric vulnerability, precipitating a state of manic psychosis characterized by compelling command hallucinations. Dr. Zize noted that Lindsay's parents conveyed profound shock and devastation at the depth of her psychological decompensation, indicating a prior lack of complete comprehension regarding the actual severity of her underlying illness. This underscores how the medical providers failed to adequately communicate the severity of Lindsay's condition to take appropriate action. The standard of care required defendants to obtain a complete psychiatric history, including detailed inquiry into Lindsay's mood and symptoms during and after her prior pregnancies. Had any of the providers done so, they would have learned of the hypomanic episodes that followed her second and third deliveries, which were critical indicators of bipolar disorder postpartum onset. The standard of care required defendants to recognize that Lindsay's severe adverse reaction to Zoloft, characterized by activation, worsening insomnia, and racing thoughts, was a red flag for bipolar disorder. The standard of care further required that after a second antidepressant, Prozac, caused similar activation, defendants should have diagnosed bipolar disorder and prescribed a mood stabilizer, rather than continuing to try antidepressants. Standard of care required defendants to conduct appropriate testing, including blood plasma levels of medication, to determine why Lindsay was having adverse reactions to relatively low doses of medication and whether she was a slow metabolizer. The standard of care required defendants to follow the start low and go slow principle when prescribing medications, particularly given Lindsay's demonstrated sensitivity to psychotropic medications. Instead, defendants added and accelerated medications in an ad hoc manner that radically increased the risk to Lindsay. The standard of care required defendants to inquire into the content of Lindsay's intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. Had they done so, they would have recognized the psychotic nature of her symptoms and the danger she posed to herself and her children, including the danger of postpartum psychosis. The standard of care required defendants to coordinate care amongst themselves and were with others treating providers. Instead, the providers failed to communicate with one another, and Nurse Gelada did not even return women and infants' call to discuss Lindsay's care. The standard of care required defendants to seek collateral information from Lindsay's family members, which could have proved crucial information about the severity of her condition and her functioning at home. The standard of care required defendants to recognize that Lindsay, as a patient suffering from severe postpartum mental health disorders with suicidal ideation, posed a risk of harming not only herself but also her children. The standard of care required Dr. Goodhart and McLean Hospital to provide adequate inpatient care during Lindsay's brief admission, properly evaluate her condition, and ensure appropriate discharge planning rather than discharging her after 5 days with limited insight, judgment, and suicidal ideations back to the same providers who had been providing inadequate care. The standard of care required Dr. Diaz and women and infants to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, and include an inquiry into her early postpartum period, and recognize the signs of bipolar disorder rather than just dismissing her severe depression scores and recommending medication changes without proper follow-up. Defendants should have known that Lindsay presented a real, clear, and present danger of harm to herself and her young children. Defendants' collective failures to comply with standard of care, more likely than not, directly and proximately caused the injuries suffered by Lindsay, including Lindsay's killing her children and attempting to kill herself. Okay, that's a lot. Let's see what's going on with you guys. You still here? Uh-oh. Oh no, what happened? What happened? Is Colleen back? Uh-oh. Did you sleep mod again, Jen? Oh, no, no, no. Colleen, are you back here? Let me make sure you're back here. Okay, I think Jen accidentally sleep modded you. Okay. Well, there's varying reports about the paralysis, if that's what you're talking about. Let me see what you said. I can't believe how drugged they had her. How many doctors was she seeing? Oh my gosh, this could have been prevented, says Colleen. She was a hollowed out zombie. Wow, just wow. Did she have any friends who checked on her? Yes. She had parents that were staying there. There's more on this where they tell you about that she was, the things she was writing, and that her mother was, she was saying that there's a lot more to this. There's so much more to this. I covered this extensively. You've just heard the tip of the iceberg. Well, your friend was on Klonopin for social agoraphobia. She couldn't leave her house, mess, and even at a low dose, it made her into a walking zombie. Hiya, heart. Jen left after doing something to Colleen. Yeah, she must have sleep modded and accidentally hit her, and then she must have unhit her, and then she went to bed. Yeah, if she falls asleep, she sleep mods, and that's not good. So she must have went to bed. Okay, I think I see it now. Sorry, Colleen. Oh, okay. Okay, and then she went to bed, I guess. All right. Um, so now let me go to. There's still more, okay, because there's stuff about her mother and how she felt. Let me see. See, but there's a lot, so much more to this. Some people think, okay, I'm going to give you all sides of it, okay? I'm going to give you all sides of it. That lawsuit is filed by her family and Patrick, right? Someone said they have the audacity to file a lawsuit like this in an attempt to cover their own arses and pass culpable guilt onto others, playing victim when she's the one who killed them and he's the one who left her alone with the children to begin with, knowing she was so sick. Also, money, husband taking accountability, both of them, but no, the doctors, the hospitals are responsible and to blame. They were supposed to know what was to come, but not the man who's married to her, had children with her, lived with her, saw and shared a bed with her every day and every night. He knew all the same information, arguably, if not more, about her, her daily life, her present and past history, etc., than the hospitals or any nurse practitioner she was cycling through did. Grieving father and husband, she says, my arse. Now, see, this lady is very, very critical. I'm just letting you know, okay? I'm not saying I agree with her. I'm putting this out there. Someone said, I absolutely agree. As someone who went through terrible postpartum depression and almost developed psychosis due to sleep deprivation, and postpartum psychosis runs in my family, I was 100% let down by doctors and a whole lot of professionals. However, at the end of the day, I had my husband to lean on entirely. He handled everything. He didn't pressure me to go back to work. In fact, he encouraged me to quit my job, even though financially that was not a great decision, but he knew my mental health mattered more. Yes, the doctors were dismissive. I do believe they misdiagnosed her bipolar. I don't know how they did not catch it. They exacerbated everything and should have been making her sleep a number one priority, knowing it was imperative for her mental health. Yes, yet they kept prescribing stupid, worthless shite like trazodone. They discharged her because of how she was presenting. She was masking well, however. Her husband should have advocated for her. She had thoughts to harm the children. If she was still not sleeping when she was discharged, that is 100% a red flag. She's not improving. He should not have left those kids alone with her, let alone talking about her going back to work, putting more pressure on her. Did he ever research postpartum mental disorders? Like, we took one birthing class and it discussed all of this. He just acted so ignorant. He's the parent too. He needed to protect those kids and he failed. So now he's taking it out on everyone else. Him, her family, his family, the doctors should all go to jail. Then someone said, thank you for posting this. This has nothing to do with postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, but a chronically crazy person in a family of hypocrites who care more about saving their own face than any justice for the kids. This is typical of the small town New England stuff going back to the Salem witch trials. The only system that failed her kids is the goody-goody family of hypocrites they were unlucky to be born into. This is public opinion. That's all I'm telling you. If Lindsay was admitted to McLean on New Year's Eve, 2022, and Cora's birthday was December 24th, then why would she need to be discharged early just for a children's party on the 7th of January? She had already celebrated with her daughter on her actual birthday, and that was barely a week of treatment, especially since it is being alleged that she did not receive any the day she was admitted in the following days. It was not about Cora, but for her and Patrick to save face in front of all of their family and friends, but most importantly to them. All the parents' acquaintances in their towns got her up out of the mental hospital just to avoid the "where's Lindsay" questions and more gossip and rumors about them or truth spillage of what was really going on with Lindsay's systematic spiraling and Patrick's. Now she's saying something about what they talked about earlier about Patrick, so I don't know why they're saying that. So yes or no, it could happen. I don't know anything about it. I don't. It'll probably come out by the trial, but I don't know. Something from Patrick driving her to fully embrace and be consumed by an innate, sociopathic, narcissistic, hateful nature. Someone says, justice for Cora, Dawson, and Callan, poor babies. Terrible, but bipolar people usually don't kill others. Someone said, and they respond well to medication. It's interesting she's not responsive to medication even now. That indicates there's more of a personality trait disorder. All of her behavior indicates that she has a personality disorder as well. She is a high-level manipulator enabled by those close to her, unfortunately. Someone said, while reading this, it doesn't sound like she was too honest with the doctors about how she was feeling. If she was telling her family she wanted to hurt the kids, why the hell would they leave the kids alone with her? Why didn't the family say, you need to keep her locked up in a hospital, she's having thoughts of hurting the children? They should be charged too, especially her husband. Someone said, I wonder if her husband and family are just trying to cover for her at this point. Weren't they originally saying how she was doing so much better and that she was having one of her best days? They did say this. They did. That's what I'm saying. You guys don't know the whole story. You do not. You're hearing only, you have to get the whole thing. You were not with me when I covered this whole case, obviously. They said she was having her best day. Okay? Weren't they originally saying how much better she was doing? Yeah, she was going back to work. And how she was having one of her best days the very day she committed the murders. Yes, true. Perception of how things are skewed by a patient with bipolar disorder. That's why it's imperative to have close family members attend appointments with the patient. I went through being diagnosed bipolar after giving birth, and I literally could not function in everyday tasks. Thankfully, my husband was able to go to my appointments with me, but not only because he worked nights, so he went during the day with me. I got the help I needed, or I could have been in the same situation. Someone said, I got the feeling he was too focused on his full-time job and side business. He desperately needed her to watch the kids. He filed an LLC the exact day she was discharged from McLean. Did he coax her to come home to watch the kids, and he signed her out only after 5 days with full knowledge that she had been having thoughts of harming their kids? Did he tell McLean doctors that? Doesn't sound like it. Was she pissed off at him for prioritizing himself over her? Was he pressuring her to get her hot beach body back too in record time? Was she jealous he got to work from home? How much was he actually helping her? Or was he using her mental health issues as leverage to get the approval to work from home so he could dabble in his side business away from the watchful eyes of Microsoft? Someone said a few interesting things. The LLC can be filed online. No babysitter is needed. It is still an interesting date to start, isn't it? The day of his daughter's birthday party? That means family and friends came over the house. It could have been done among chatting with friends and family. Would this be a topic of conversation if your wife is trying to off herself? I'm sure more information can be found in his chat group with his friends. How sad they talk about work, but those friends didn't work at Microsoft, so they're just so these are just finance bro college friends I think he would talk to about his business. It sounds like the beach body was only after the birth until September. There was no working out after that. She slept or was exhausted all day. Was she still engaged with the culty side of the MLM and not doing the workouts? Was she chronically online? What the H did she do all day, all night? We all assumed working out, but it sounds like that stopped. It sounds like she was non-functioning from September on, not making sense. Talking about hearing voices, self-harm, harming the kids, Cora's doctor's office, don't report that. The prosecution named a long list of all the public places and social activities that she went to and all the things that she did during this time, which we haven't heard any people coming forward to say that she presented herself as how this alleged quiet how she presented herself the night before the murder at the friend's house when the police investigated them. I don't believe them. Honestly, anything reported to a doctor by Patrick is regurgitated from Lindsay, and I don't believe anything that comes out of her mouth. If it wasn't reported during the initial investigation, so I don't believe anyone at this point. I think they're all lying. She confided so much in Sue, Patrick's mom, who's a nurse, and was in this supposed state. I don't buy it. It's BS. And that's why Patrick and the family and friends were so uneasy, was so unserious about it. As far as checking into a mental hospital, that was Lindsay's deal. Patrick's not responsible to decide if she stays or goes. She self-admitted, and she asked to leave. The doctor let her, yes. If Patrick's telling the truth, any normal, sane human would say not to leave. Don't come here. I'm not picking you up. And if she was as crazy as he alleges, would he really have said before the lawsuit that the people in there were clearly crazy? No. If half of what he said is true, he would have never said that because she was clearly very crazy. I would be petrified if I was a person with bipolar, though, as if they aren't stigmatized enough. Now they will think they are murderers. The birthday party was on July 7th, 2023, 2 days after her discharge. At Cora's birthday party, Lindsay was not herself, it says. She smiled but could not converse. She avoided talking and could not make sense of what others were saying. I wonder who organized the party if she could not even understand what others were saying, as she is claiming how she was now able to throw a birthday party that day. I think in the New Yorker article, it said it was held at a trampoline park. So didn't that require communicating with the staff? I wonder if the staff had been interviewed by investigators. The prosecutor said that in the month of January, she was going to a bunch of places like the Kingsbury Club in Duxbury, the Charlie Horse restaurant, the Cape Codder, and the Museum of Science in Boston. They said she interacted with friends and family without any problem, maybe just her husband's take on things. From the article in the New Yorker, it says, and I quote, Lindsay was discharged from McLean after only 5 days with a prescription for the antidepressant amitriptyline, her 13th medication in the span of 4 months. According to the prosecution, when she left the hospital on January 5th, she denied having more intrusive thoughts. A representative for McLean declined to comment. 2 days later, Lindsay and Pat hosted a party at a trampoline park for Cora's 5th birthday. In a photo from the celebration, Cora, wearing a pink paper crown, watches expectantly as her mother bends to light candles on a chocolate cake. Seeing Lindsay there gave me hope, Pat said. I think it gave her hope, too. By mid-January, back under the supervision of Jennifer Tufts, Lindsay seemed to be improving, and she began accompanying Pat on outings with the kids. On a few occasions, she encouraged him to leave the house himself. He joined a group of dads for a Sunday brunch and took Cora skiing on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Both times, Lindsay looked after some or all of the kids alone. Her parents visited from Connecticut on the weekend of January 21st, and afterwards, Lindsay's mom wrote her in a text, "Nice to see you're doing better." It had become routine for Pat to hug Lindsay each morning and ask, "How are you feeling? How did you sleep?" On January 24th, he told me her answers were good and pretty well. The kids were off from school, and Pat had back-to-back meetings, so childcare was left to Lindsay. The fact that she could bring her daughter to a medical appointment in the morning has been cited as evidence of her mental acuity, but Pat told me that it wasn't an ordinary checkup. Cora had a stomach ache, and Lindsay had become fixated on the idea that something could be wrong with her liver. Pat had hoped that a visit to the pediatrician would bring Lindsay back to reality. Let's see. When Dr. Spinelli concluded that Lindsay had a baseline bipolar disorder with minimal symptoms after her second childbirth and that her symptoms worsened after her third birth, when she prescribed an antidepressant, she noted that antidepressants can precipitate manic or hypomanic symptoms in people with underlying bipolar disorder. The prosecution could argue the defense is retrospectively reframing depression, anxiety, and medication effects as bipolar disorder without clear documentation of a sustained manic or hypomanic episode meeting clinical thresholds. Okay, let's see. Bottom line, SSRI activation and racing thoughts and insomnia, increased postpartum activity do not, without clear sustained mood elevation, decreased need for sleep with energy, and multi-domain functional change, establish a definite hypomanic or manic episode. Someone said, I keep getting stuck on the go to God baby line. Honestly, it feels like it's doing a lot of emotional work in the narrative, almost like it's there to really hit the jury and pull sympathy. Plus, she will probably appear at trial, decked out in rosary beads, crucifixes, praying hands, and full nun attire to garner even more sympathy. But at the same time, in court, that kind of phrase and the religious-inspired attire and accessories she wears isn't proof of intent or mental state on its own. It's just one alleged detail inside a much bigger, disputed story, and it only really matters if the broader medical and factual evidence backs it up. No one who is still alive can bear witness to that statement. It is pretty much meaningless other than to garner sympathy and make her look like Holy Mary, Mother of God, praying for our sins. So it definitely lands emotionally, but legally and clinically, it doesn't stand on its own. I want to get to that other part where they say she was doing so well and she was having her best day ever. Let's see here. Okay. Evidence taken, let's see here. Called 911. There's these other, I know I've read them so many times. Let's see here. It's a very complex case, I'm telling you. She wrote, there's Facebook posts and stuff that she wrote. And her mother coming, Her mother was there the weekend before, and I think her mother was there every weekend. Let me see. See. Someone said, I am from Duxbury, Massachusetts, and I believe Lindsay is 100% guilty. I drive by their house almost every single day. It's a haunting and awful sight. She knew exactly what she was doing, sending her husband down to Plymouth to get takeout. As someone from a mile down from her house, it would never even cross my mind as a takeout option. There are plenty of restaurants in Kingsbury, Duxbury, Pembroke area, where her house is conveniently located to go get food from. Going to Plymouth Center from exit 20, old exit 10, is easily 15 to 20 minutes each way. I have been following this case much more closely lately, and today they had a hearing regarding her transportation to the court during her trial. Her lawyer asked for an ambulance, but the Commonwealth is asking for a wheelchair-accessible van. I truly believe the defense is making her appear more mentally ill and sick than she actually is. I think they are trying to garner sympathy for her, and I hope it doesn't work. Someone says, guilty. I also think she had mental issues prior to having kids and that she planned it. Someone said, I think she hated her life and was ashamed because society brainwashed people to be parents. Someone said, this is so true. People honestly do not think before having kids most of the time, or they don't stop. Even if they hate it, it's still a taboo topic to regret it. They certainly didn't think too much about having a third child. How well was that going to work with childcare, commuting an hour or more each day in school activities? And the vast majority of mentally ill people do not go on to commit homicide. There was something she knowingly did. Someone said, you're the first person from there who hasn't been completely defensive over her, at least from what the internet makes it seem. As time goes on, people in your town are slowly opening their eyes. Someone said, I truly don't know how to describe this without sounding crazy, but I am not shocked this happened in Duxbury. I don't doubt that she had postpartum depression, but I doubt the fact that this is what made her send her husband 20 minutes each way to kill her children. And the first thing she asked when she woke up was if she needed an attorney. No remorse for killing her 3 kids. Nothing about her husband that had to walk into a home and find them dead. Only something to protect her legal rights, which indicates she probably knew she wasn't going to die from jumping out the window. If you know anything about this town, it has a reputation for being perfect. But the reality is, a lot of people are trying very hard to be something they are not. I wouldn't be surprised if Lindsay had a circle of mommy friends, and nights were full of wine drinking and comparison of their lives. A lot of people see what other people have and will do anything to outdo one another. Someone said, ick. As a stay-at-home mom who frequently feels the pressure to compare myself to others, I do not even live in a wealthy town. I can't imagine. It sounds absolutely miserable. When I read that New Yorker article, it made me so angry. I'm sure Patrick feels immense guilt internally, but he just didn't properly convey it in that article. But come on, dude. She was literally wanting to harm her children in December. Going back to work was clearly causing immense anxiety. Why the hell would it have been such a stretch to have her quit her job temporarily? Surely his or her parents could have helped financially, or they could have downsized. There's no way he didn't see how serious this was. I just feel like he fell victim to that mentality as well, like he wanted that perfect image so bad. Bad enough that he wouldn't do what he needed to do to save his kids' lives. For people so supposedly educated and upper class, they sound completely ignorant about mental health. What the hell was that whole description about the inpatient mental health center she admitted to? Those people are all crazy, unstable ones, yet they aren't the ones expressing they wanted to kill their kids. He still seems very pompous and snobby after all of this. What a sad, sickening situation. Someone said, the number of kids I went to in high school who completely fell off the rails because of what you described is the number one, more than it should be. A lot of parents here will completely ignore signs of mental illness because it would ruin their family's image. Duxbury is an affluent town, and I'm not shocked that Patrick thought so low of the mental institution they sent her to. It probably never crossed his mind that his wife would end up in a place like that because everything on the outside of their life was perfect. Okay. People think that because they live here, they're better than everyone else. I see it all the time. Someone said, Patrick is from Saskatchewan, which is another town on the South Shore. It's much bigger and varies in socioeconomics. A lot of towns around here are like that. There's a huge difference between Duxbury and Deluxebury, and even the neighboring town, Marshfield, Marsh Vegas. People view it as white trash. A lot of people who grew up on the South Shore see moving from a less nice town to Saskatchewan, in his case, to Duxbury, as a huge success in his life. It's like, you made it. Someone said, I'm from the Cape. I completely understand the aura surrounding Duxbury. I don't even have the right outfit to drive through the town. I think that played a role in this. They planned on the perfect life. I don't think Lindsay ever fit the bill for the Duxbury wife. Waspy enough. Them affording it hinged on her working. Let's be honest, their house was not even significant for that area. Patrick felt he had made it, but Lindsay was feeling immense pressure to work and afford 3 kids to maintain what might have appeared to be perfect to outsiders. Things may have turned out different had they settled in Marshfield. Okay, let's see. They're going on and on and on and on with this. Let me see what you guys are saying. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Where are we? Let me see. When doctors prescribe these controlled substances, B-Lady said, it is registered at the state level so any other doctor would know. He lost everything, Hart said. B-Lady said the husband lost everything. High Speed said the husband was probably overwhelmed. High Speed said sometimes family members give up trying to understand a mentally unstable family member. Hart said, I don't think most husbands would know what to do beyond the many things they tried. High Speed said he was trying to endure. Hart said, B-Lady, yes, he lost her and their children. B-Lady said, a Hart made, yes, I read that he is standing by her and they are still married. Hart said, I read that quite a long time ago, B-Lady, but did not know it was still the case. It's still the case. He most likely feels she was let down by the medical establishment. B-Lady says, Hart made wise, perhaps only God knows what she's feeling. Hart said, B-Lady says, aren't they suing the medical folks caring for her? Yeah, that was what I was reading you. That was the lawsuit that I was reading you. That was the lawsuit. The one that was caring for her before the incident. Hello, Megan Els. Let's see. I wonder if it's wise to have 2 psychiatrists prescribing her meds. Let's see. When someone says 4 months, it seems like a long time, but it's 16 weeks. She has 14 different mens and 16. It's scary. Okay, let's see. Thanks for putting it that way. Da 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 da. I'm sure that the trial will bring out a lot about her meds. Yes. Oh, your mother had a bad fall. I hope she's feeling better. Okay, let me see. Let me go in, because there's one other part I want you guys to hear about when she was going back to work. And I have those documents. I've covered this extensively. I can remember this so well. Let me see. And we didn't even get to our next story yet about that nurse. You got to hear that story. Let's see. Okay, let me... Okay. In January of 2023, Patrick and Lindsay Clancy were living in Duxbury. This is from the legal papers I'm reading right now. With their 3 children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Patrick and Lindsay married in December of 2016, settled in Duxbury. Patrick worked in telecommunications. Lindsay began her career as a nurse working at Massachusetts General Hospital. She soon became a nurse in the Massachusetts General Hospital Labor and Delivery Unit. Patrick and Lindsay always intended to have children, and soon after getting married, they began to grow their family. They had their first baby, Cora, on December 24th of 2017. Okay, and then we went through some of this, but I want to get to... Okay, so after she had Callan, it said both Patrick and Lindsay took parental leave following Callan's birth, with Patrick's leave scheduled for 12 weeks and Lindsay's leave scheduled for 18 weeks. The family spent their leave together. They visited extended family, they went to the local beach and pool, and they enjoyed time together at home. Lindsay repeatedly told Patrick how happy she was and how much she loved their new baby. Her actions echoed her voiced sentiments. Lindsay appeared extremely happy. She was enthusiastic and energetic. She returned to exercising, something that had always been important to her. Shortly after giving birth to Callan, Patrick and Lindsay ran 2 5K road races, one in July and a second in September. Life was idyllic for the Clancys. Patrick returned to work approximately 12 weeks after Callan was born. And while he was able to work from home, for the first time, Lindsay was challenged with taking care of their 3 children single-handedly during the weekdays. Lindsay was also faced with her own return to work at the end of September. Previously, the time period leading to the end of her parental leave had been a difficult time for Lindsay and had resulted in anxiety. Previously, the other times she returned, right? Lindsay began to experience stress and anxiety in September of 2022, toward the end of her maternity leave. Nonetheless, she continued to socialize with friends and continued to go to events and trips with her family. Because of her anxiety and impending return to work, Lindsay decided to seek psychiatric treatment. To address her anxiety, Lindsay sought psychiatric care with Dr. Jennifer Tufts from Astor. Dr. Tufts is a psychiatrist at Astor. According to Astor's website, specializes in post-traumatic stress disorder and trauma-related disorder, mood disorders, anxiety, obsessive-compulsive disorder, ADHD, substance abuse, women's mental health, and perinatal and postpartum psychiatry. Lindsay decided to extend her maternity leave in the hopes of improving her mental health. Dr. Tufts treated Lindsay from on or about September 15th through on or about January 23rd, and during that time, Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay a variety of different medications but failed to monitor her reactions to those medications or attend to her worsening psychiatric condition. Okay, so they say Lindsay's first appointment with Dr. Tufts, September 15th, 2022, and Dr. Tufts diagnosed Lindsay with chronic generalized anxiety disorder and chronic adjustment disorder with depressive mood. When Lindsay first began treatment, she was hesitant about taking medications. Nonetheless, on September 15th, Dr. Tufts prescribed sertraline, known as Zoloft. Lindsay didn't take it, until October 3rd, 2022, when she told Dr. Tufts she was on the verge of taking the medication but wanted to try therapy first. Lindsay began taking the prescribed Zoloft by mid-October. 1 week after starting the medication and increasing the dose, however, on October 20th, she reported that she felt awful. She was experiencing insomnia due to the medication increase. She didn't want to eat. She was feeling more depressed. She was crying all day, experiencing mental fog, and she was terrified to start something new. Indeed, she explained that her anxiety had gotten worse than it was before she started taking the medication. She felt it was difficult to differentiate between how she felt before taking the medication, experienced overnight racing thoughts, and was paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts, something bad happening. She didn't want to be alone. The reaction to a relatively low dose of the medication was atypical and should have prompted Dr. Tufts to assess why Lindsay reacted in this way. Among other things, she should have conducted testing of blood plasma levels of medication, and Dr. Tufts failed to do so. Lindsay's condition deteriorated through the fall. Among other things, she experienced increasingly bad insomnia, anxiety, and depression. Instead of working to identify the source of Lindsay's condition, Dr. Tufts attempted to treat Lindsay's symptoms, adding medications to treat her anxiety and depression. By the end of October into November of 2022, Lindsay was still hopeful about the future and about returning to her baseline. For example, on October 31st, Lindsay reported to her therapist, a colleague of Dr. Tufts, that she was hoping to return to work soon, which she hoped would decrease her depression symptoms. By mid-November, however, her insomnia had become so bad she was sleeping only 3 hours per night. Her insomnia was so severe that on November 16th, she went to the emergency room for treatment and she was prescribed trazodone. However, it was not effective. In an attempt to assist her daughter-in-law, Patrick's mother, a nurse at South Shore Health, contacted Julie Paul, CNP, CNM, of the Perinatal Behavioral Health Program of South Shore Health, and asked her to reach out to Lindsay. Nurse Paul did so, and Lindsay reported that the trazodone she had been prescribed had not been effective in helping her sleep even when taking a 150 milligram dosage. Lindsay reported that she was very frustrated and scared and afraid of being on medication long term. She told Nurse Paul that she was feeling very overwhelmed, starting to have racing thoughts, constantly thinking, experiencing extreme insomnia, averaging 3 hours per night of sleep, and very frustrated and scared. On November 21st of 2022, Nurse Paul prescribed Lindsay with fluoxetine HCl, known as Prozac. Lindsay was describing symptoms suggesting mania, racing thoughts, extreme insomnia, frustration, feeling scared. At this point, again, lab work should have been performed in order to ensure that Lindsay was metabolizing the medication she was being prescribed at a normal rate. However, no lab work was done. 2 days later, Lindsay reported to Nurse Paul that she was feeling disconnected and out of it, feeling a bit spacey. This has happened a few times in the last couple of months. Shortly afterwards, on November 25th, Nurse Paul prescribed Lindsay 3 different medications: Ambien, Remeron, Klonopin. The medications did not help Lindsay. On November 28th, Lindsay reported to Nurse Paul that she was continuing to struggle with sleep, felt disoriented, forgetful, not connected to her body. How do we know she was even taking these medications? She was so resistant to them, and everyone is not helping her. Did they even conduct a blood test to see if she was even taking these medications? When she wakes up, she's feeling hungover, petrified that she's becoming addicted to benzos, feels like she's in a panic state right now. Why would she become addicted, that she's becoming addicted to benzos, if they weren't doing her any good? Something's not adding up here. Sorry. Math isn't mathing. The next day, on November 29, Lindsay began treating with Nurse Paul's colleague, Nurse Delata. Nurse Delata is a certified nurse practitioner with the South Shore Hospital Perinatal Behavioral Health Program. That day, Lindsay told Nurse Delata that she was getting physically dependent on the benzos in order to sleep. I thought she said the benzos weren't freaking working. She further reported feeling completely overwhelmed and that her mind is constantly running. She also reported feeling afraid, as if something awful might happen. Several days in the past 2 weeks, on November 30th, Nurse Delata prescribed Lindsay Seroquel for the first time. Lindsay quickly reported the negative impact that medication had on her mental health. She told Nurse Delata, program coordinator Letitia Dukes, with whom she had been receiving therapy, that she had an addiction to Ativan, and that's why she can't sleep. Okay, hold on a minute. She had an addiction to Ativan, and that is why she can't sleep. She reported weight loss, a lack of appetite, panic attacks, a feeling of numbness. She also reported for the first time that she had suicidal ideation. On or about December 5th of 2022, Lindsay reported to Ms. Dukes that she had experienced intrusive thoughts of wanting to die. She contacted Aspire, crisis support, an emergency service for those at risk of self-harm over the weekend. Patrick joined the visit with Nurse Paul and reported to her that Lindsay's anxiety had become significantly worse since starting the psychiatric medications. The following day, Lindsay attended an appointment with Nurse Delata. During the appointment, Lindsay reported that she was sleeping only 3 hours per night. So, wait a second. You think you're addicted to the benzos. Now, when were you addicted to the Ativan? In the past, it's not clear what she's talking about. So if you're taking the Ativan, you can't sleep. You're addicted to it, but you're not sleeping. Yeah. Okay. Sleeping 3 hours per night, feeling completely overwhelmed. Her mind is constantly running. The symptoms presented by Lindsay caused Nurse Delata to ask her if she was having thoughts of harming herself or the children. She denied having such thoughts, but again reported, however, feeling afraid something awful might happen almost every day. Lindsay also reported that she believed that her ongoing symptoms were connected to the medication she was being prescribed, that immediately after being prescribed a stronger dose of Zoloft, she didn't sleep for 48 hours and wasn't tired. In response, Nurse Delata prescribed an additional medication to Lindsay, known as Valium. On December 9th, Patrick called Nurse Delata's office, asked for a callback, and made clear to Nurse Delata's office it was fairly urgent. When Patrick and Lindsay spoke to Nurse Delata, they advised her that Lindsay was still experiencing panic and suicidal ideation. Nurse Delata advised Lindsay to continue taking the medication Nurse Delata had prescribed. Lindsay continued to experience suicidal ideation throughout December. She continued to seek help through Nurse Delata, her therapist, and in mid-December The emergency department at Massachusetts General Hospital during this time period Lindsay reported having persistent thoughts of suicide, and she also reached out to Dr. Tufts, who prescribed her additional medication known as Lamictal. Further seeking help on December 20th, Lindsay admitted herself into a day hospital program at Women Infants Hospital, intended for patients with postpartum depression. And she reported that she started having passive suicidal ideation immediately after starting Seroquel that was prescribed by Nurse Gelada on November 30th. At Women's and Infants Hospital, Lindsay reported having heart palpitations, severe depression, feeling of numbness, and that her life was becoming a disaster. She said she could not feel fear and that she was worried that she was messed up beyond repair. She also reported a general inability to function. Women and Infants Hospital determined that Lindsay's mental health issues were likely due to overmedication and misdiagnosis, and that its day program was therefore not appropriate for her. Women and Infants Hospital reached out to Nurse Gelada to discuss Lindsay's care, but Nurse Gelada failed to respond to them. Lindsay's condition continued to deteriorate, and on January 1st, Lindsay admitted herself to McLean Hospital because of the suicidal ideations, and then she remained at McLean until January 5th. Lindsay returned to treatment with Dr. Tufts the following day on January 6th. Dr. Tufts diagnosed Lindsay with chronic major depressive disorder, single episode moderate. She recorded that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was deteriorating and that her medication was not effective. Despite her poor condition, Dr. Tufts met with Lindsay for only 17 minutes. Dr. Tufts met with Lindsay for another 17 minutes 3 days later. On or about January 12th, Lindsay reported to Dr. Tufts she was still feeling in a very low mood, no motivation, and just very depressed. This has been going on for months now. I am getting desperate for something that would work quickly to get me out of this depressed state. 4 days later, during another 17-minute visit on January 16, 2023, Dr. Tufts reported Lindsay's mood to be depressed and her affect depressed and flat, writing that Lindsay's mood is still very low, no motivation, numb, able to force herself out of bed, take care of basics, eating, concentration fine, caring for baby, bonding, feels forced, no suicidal ideation. Lindsay had a final appointment with Dr. Tufts on January 23rd, and during that 17-minute appointment, Lindsay reported that she was a little more anxious, heart racing, and that she was noticing more morning anxiety. Dr. Tufts recorded that Lindsay's mood was the same, flat, anxious, that Lindsay has no motivation, numb, and that she has to force herself up out of the house. Lindsay's sleep and medication efficacy were poor. Her insight was poor, and her psychiatric condition generally was unchanged. January 24th, 2023. Lindsay has been accused of killing Cora, Dawson, and Callan while Patrick was briefly out of the family home on the evening of January 24th. Cora and Dawson died the same day, and Callan succumbed to his injuries on January 27th. According to the medical records, Lindsay did so because she started hearing a compelling and unrecognizable singular male voice that told her this is your last chance and that she had to take them with her. She also reported that the voice indicated to her that she would die and this is her last chance, that her children would suffer if she was gone. Lindsay then cut her wrists and neck and jumped out the second-floor window in the home. She fell approximately 20 feet to the ground and suffered traumatic spinal cord injuries. She is now paralyzed below the sternum. Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada, through their employers, Astor and South Shore Health, were aware that Lindsay was experiencing suicidal ideation and a critically deteriorating psychiatric condition while in their care, and failed to take reasonable steps to properly treat her. The standard of care required Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada to take reasonable steps to appreciate the full extent of Lindsay's psychiatric conditions so they could provide adequate treatment. This required them to, among other things, meet Lindsay for appointments in person so they could adequately assess her behavior in its totality. Often a patient is unable to voice her condition, or fully describe her mental state. Under such circumstances, it's crucial to access the patient's body language. Okay, so this goes on and on. Hold on, this is not what I'm looking for. Okay, hold on. Something. I have to go back in my own. I just can't. Yes, okay, here's a little more. The morning of January 24th began as what sounded like a routine day for a parent. Lindsay took her 5-year-old daughter Cora to the pediatrician for an appointment. She allegedly interacted with the receptionist, the nursing staff, and doctor, none of whom noticed any issues with her behavior. She was allowed to leave without concern. She returned home and went outside with Cora and her 3-year-old son Dawson to play in the snow. They built a snowman, and they sent photos to her mom and husband and texted with them, again with no sign of any distress or trouble. At this point, prosecutors say she began a series of calculated events that would ultimately lead to the deaths of all 3 children, Cora, Dawson, and the infant Callan. Clancy texted her husband, who was working in their basement office, to ask him to go to the store to pick up some medicine for the kids and take out for dinner. Prosecutors said she allegedly searched online for the medication in the restaurant she suggested, as well as how long it would take. Her husband, Patrick, was gone for about 55 minutes, during which time the children were strangled by ligature in the home's basement, prosecutors said. Cora and Dawson were declared dead at the scene, and Callan was taken by medical helicopter to an area hospital where he remained on life support for several days before succumbing to his injuries. Lindsay was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transferred to Boston Area Hospital with several broken bones in her back and rib cage. Her lawyers had said she's paralyzed from the waist down, adding it's unlikely she'll ever regain motion in her lower body. Patrick Clancy later told police his wife had been having one of her best days after being prescribed various medications and committing herself to McLean Hospital, according to prosecutors. Because didn't I just go through this with his thing? He released a statement that he'd forgiven his wife and is asking others to do the same. Lindsay had worked as the delivery nurse at Massachusetts General Hospital, and letters submitted to her lawyer and submitted to court paint a very different picture from the one shared by prosecutors, saying she lived to be a mother and was a valuable resource on motherhood and parenting for many of her friends. Stacy Cabot, who first met Lindsay when she was a student nurse at Massachusetts General Hospital, said the tragic events caused her and many others at Mass General heartbreak. Since that dreadful night, she said Lindsay is a strong, compassionate, and loving nurse, and no one would ever imagine she could harm anyone. Okay, here's some more stuff that you might not know. Prosecutors allege that Clancy strangled each child to death with the exercise band. New unsealed court documents include search warrants and accompanying affidavits that detail the evidence that was required from the former nurse's home. Investigators reportedly collected Clancy's pink iPhone, electronic tablets, laptops, exercise bands, a silver knife, and 4 prescription medication bottles. Investigators are also aware that Ms. Clancy used her cell phone and her journal to document her mental state and her feelings about her children, in addition to keeping track of her medications and researching ways to kill, which means that it is reasonable to conclude that Ms. Clancy would have used all formats and tools available to her, including a tablet. The nearly 300 pages of documents do not reveal the details of the alleged searches. At Clancy's initial arraignment in February, her defense attorneys, Kevin Reddington, argued that she was severely over-medicated with psychiatric drugs and inadequately treated for postpartum mental illness she was allegedly experiencing in the months leading up to the suspected killings, and thus could not be held liable for her alleged actions. In the weeks leading up to the alleged murders, Clancy's defense attorney said she was feeling detached and emotionless towards her kids and had been unable to express any happiness or sadness or cry. Okay, let's see this. Okay, maybe this is what I'm looking for. Okay, on October of 2022, Lindsay writes a note on her phone that reads, "I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids." December of 2022, that's when Lindsay is evaluated at the Women's and Infants Hospital Center for Women's Behavioral Health, where she is told she has no symptoms of postpartum depression. Later in December, Lindsay says she's having suicidal thoughts and thoughts of hurting her children. Her husband, Patrick, told police. Lindsay admits herself to McLean in January of 2023. She's discharged 5 days later. Hospital officials did not indicate she's a danger to herself upon discharge. Weeks after her discharge, Patrick asked her if she's still having suicidal thoughts, and Lindsay responds that she isn't. Later that month, Patrick asked the doctor treating his wife to help manage her medications. According to her attorney, he went to doctors repeatedly saying, "Please help us." This was turning her into a zombie. The medications that were prescribed were over the top, Lindsay's lawyer later states. It is 1 week until Lindsay allegedly takes the lives of her children. Family friend Kyle Carney invites Lindsay, Patrick, and their 2 older children, Cora and Dawson, over for dinner. Carney later tells police he had not expected Lindsay to come because of her depression and had not seen her for months. Lindsay seemed fairly normal that evening, but Patrick said she was suffering from benzodiazepine withdrawal a month and a half earlier and had the worst side effects possible. Carney later tells authorities Patrick also said she had been having anxiety about returning to work and the medications she was prescribed were not working. Lindsay's family also visits her and the family that weekend. On January 23rd, Lindsay writes a note on her phone. It is the day before, that said she had a touch of postpartum anxiety about returning to work. The day of the murders, Lindsay takes Cora to a scheduled doctor's appointment, and when they returned home, they play in the snow with Cora's brother, Dawson, and Lindsay sends pictures of the children to her mom and husband. At 4:02 p.m., Lindsay looks up kids' Miralax on her phone as well as Takeout 3V, according to court documents, and then she uses Apple Maps on her phone to look up how long it would take to drive from the family's home in Duxbury to 3V's restaurant in Plymouth. At 4:47, Lindsay calls CVS Pharmacy in Kingston and asks if they have children's Miralax in stock. A manager tells her they don't, but they have similar medications for children. The manager later tells investigators Lindsay did not slur her words or sound impaired during the call. Lindsay texts her husband, who was working from his office at 4:53 p.m., "Any chance you wanted to take out from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day." Patrick responds yes, and Lindsay asks him to check the menu when you can, prosecutors say. 5:10. After they text each other what they want to eat, a Mediterranean power bowl for Lindsay and the scallop and pork belly risotto for Patrick, Lindsay calls 3V to place their order. Lindsay texts Pedialax liquid stool softener to her husband Patrick and then Patrick leaves to pick up medicine and take out order. 5:33, Patrick arrives at CVS where he calls his wife to confirm what medication they need. She didn't answer, but she calls him back a minute later. He tells police that Lindsay seemed like she was in the middle of something when they spoke. 5:54, Patrick arrives at 3V, pays for their food and leaves. 6:09, he arrives home. First thing he notices is the silence. He didn't see or hear the defendant or the children. He called for his wife, no answer. Goes to their second-floor bedroom, finds the door locked. Eventually gets in the bedroom, finds blood on the floor and an open window. He rushes outside where he sees his wife on the ground. 6:11, Patrick calls 911 to report Lindsay's attempted suicide. Lindsay can be heard saying, "I tried to kill myself and jumped out the window." A female party jumped off the top floor of the house. Impact, injury, neck lacerations, a dispatcher can be heard saying. Patrick asks Lindsay, "Where are the kids?" She replies, "In the basement." While on the phone with the dispatcher, Patrick goes down to the basement and calls out for the kids. He can then be heard screaming in agony. Cora and Callan are found on the floor of the den. Dawson's on the floor of Patrick's home office. Each child has an exercise band tied around their neck. Patrick removes the bands and begs them to breathe. Once officers arrive, he yells, "She killed the kids!" Lindsay is transported to South Shore Hospital in Weymouth, where she is treated for several broken bones in her back and rib cage. The injuries leave her paralyzed below the waist, according to her attorney. Her kids are transported to Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital, Plymouth. Cora and Dawson are pronounced dead at the hospital. Callan, the infant, is later transported by medical flight to Boston's Children's Hospital. A Massachusetts State Police trooper arrives at Beth Israel, speaks with doctors who treated Cora and Dawson and Callan. The doctor who treated Callan says that he is in critical condition. January 25th, an arrest warrant is issued for Lindsay for 2 counts of homicide and 3 counts of strangulation and 3 counts of assault and battery with a deadly weapon. January 27th, 8-month-old Lindsay Clancy is pronounced dead at 11:18 a.m. at Boston Children's Hospital. It's later revealed when medical staff were able to restart Callan's heart that his brain activity was never recovered following strangulation. He succumbs to his injuries. Later that day, Lindsay awakens and uses a whiteboard to communicate while intubated. Prosecutors say one of her first questions is, "Do I need an attorney?" It's crazy. January 28th, Patrick posts an update on the GoFundMe asking the public to forgive Lindsay as I have. February 6th, Lindsay calls her husband in the presence of a psychologist her lawyer hired to assess her mental state. She tells Patrick that after he left home on January 24th, she heard voices and had a moment of psychosis, prosecutors claim. He asks her what voices she heard, and she said she heard a man's voice telling her to kill the kids and kill herself because it's her last chance. February 7th, on the day of Lindsay's arraignment, her lawyers say that she is still suicidal. She's extremely emotional. However, she's unable and has been unable to express any happiness or sadness or cry. Lindsay has entered a plea of not guilty and will continue to be held without bail. This is when this happened, okay? So there, now you're knowing that. And then there's also just that little other bit of stuff that where he said she was having her best day and she had slept well, and that she texted her mother and she was doing well, and all of that stuff. There's more of that too, but that is what I'm going to do now because we still have to cover the other story. Hi, Murder of Crows. You have a lot to do? Okay. Love you too. Hello, Sassy. Let's see here. Gosh, that's a whole lot of Lindsay telling her doctor what's wrong. Let's see. Thank goodness you're okay. Let me get a drink real quick, and then we're gonna go over that nurse in Alabama, because that's a crazy case too, and her husband is suing the hospital, and actually I believe it's the murderer's mother is also suing the hospital. It's a crazy story. Just hang on for me. I've got to get a drink. That's been a lot of reading. I've got to get a drink. Just hang on with me for a minute. Oh my gosh. Dying of thirst. Okay. Okay. Pink Lady Apple Kombucha is good. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, she did say that she was having those thoughts. Okay. Ah. Sorry, it was a lot of stuff. So let's, there's a lot on Clancy, and there's still more on Clancy. But don't worry, we're going to be going through a trial, and I'll get all the documents on her. Now, let me tell you about this Alabama nurse, okay? So this is her. Come on. There we go. Come on. Okay, so this is in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Now, there's a lawsuit because on May 12th, she was killed. And this is Ada Doss. Her husband is Andrew Doss, D-O-S-S. She was a nurse at DCH Regional Medical Center. And on May 12th, she had just finished her shift and she was walking to her vehicle in the hospital's south parking lot. And while she was doing that, she was on the phone with her husband. And they were discussing her day, the dinner plans, a routine at home with their daughters. They had a 6-month-old and a 2-year-old at the time. And the lawsuit alleges that earlier in the day, an individual by the name of Matthew Taylor was dropped off at DCH's emergency department. And he was experiencing what they describe as a manic episode. Attorneys for the Doss family claim the hospital and the security personnel, they were aware that Matthew Taylor was acting erratically, but they failed to properly assess the threat that he posed. And they didn't locate him after he left the emergency department area. Instead, according to the legal complaint, it alleges that Matthew Taylor was allowed to remain on the hospital campus for hours without being monitored. And as Ada Doss was walking to her vehicle, Matthew Taylor approached her with a handgun. And Andrew Doss, her husband, claims he heard everything unfold over the phone. Says that Ada became fearful as the man approached her and that her final words were, "Please don't, I have babies," moments before she was shot and killed. The lawsuit names DCH Healthcare Authority, Allied Universal Security Services, the company contracted to provide security at DCH, and Taylor, Matthew Taylor, as defendants. It alleges negligence, wantonness, and wrongful death, claiming the defendant's actions and inactions combined to cause Ada Doss's death. The filing seeks compensatory and punitive damages and requests a jury trial. The allegations in the lawsuit have not been proven in court, and defendants have not publicly responded. Now, in the weeks since the shooting, DCH announced a series of security upgrades. I'm sorry. Emphasizing its commitment to the safety of employees, patients, and visitors. Among the changes are emergency contact signs posted throughout parking areas, badge cards providing security contact information to employees, and the installation of blue emergency boxes in the south lot and laundry lot that connect directly to security personnel. The hospital also announced the deployment of a mobile camera unit in the laundry lot, increased visibility of security officers through bright safety vests and marked patrol vehicles, and the use of off-duty police officers, and expanded availability of security escorts for employees and visitors at all hours. Several of those improvements appeared aimed directly at concerns surrounding parking lot safety, where Ada Doss was killed while leaving work. However, the central allegation in the lawsuit extends beyond parking lot security. The complaint argues that the tragedy could have been prevented if security personnel had properly assessed and responded to warnings about Taylor's behavior after he arrived at the emergency department earlier in the day. For the Doss family, the lawsuit seeks accountability for the loss of a nurse, a wife, and a mother whose life ended during what should have been a routine walk to her car after caring for patients. And I believe his mother hang on one second. Pretty sure the mother does a lawsuit too. I'm pretty sure. Let me see here. No, her husband is fine. The wrongly done. Okay. And I thought the mother was doing one I saw as well. The family of a man charged in the shooting death is suing the hospital, claiming that he was refused psychiatric evaluation and treatment on the day of the deadly shooting. Matthew Taylor, 41, is charged with capital murder during a robbery in the murder of 27-year-old Ada Doss. The shooting happened on May 12th as Doss was leaving the DCH Regional Medical Center. The lawsuit filed by Mike Comer, on behalf of Taylor's mother, Amanda, claims DCH was negligent in its treatment of Taylor that day and turned Taylor away. DCH officials in response to the lawsuit stated Taylor never entered the emergency department or any other hospital facility. He was never registered as a patient, never presented himself for care at DCH that day. Police investigators also previously said Taylor never entered the hospital or the emergency room, but instead loitered on DCH's campus for several hours. So that is what's going on there. And okay, so let's see. Hi, 61. So yeah, that's what we have there. How many of you think Lindsay Clancy? Do any of you have any concerns about Lindsay Clancy, or do you really think that was done out of postpartum psychosis? Or do any of you have any concerns that it might not be postpartum psychosis, that it could be something else? I'm just wondering. Anybody, anywhere. I'm just wondering. Drugs and psychosis. Okay. We'll see. The trial's coming up. About 4 weeks from now. Me too, Murder of Crows. It's not a clear-cut case for me. I don't know. There's just something struggling with it, kind of. I need more information and stuff. Okay, let's do the word cookie here. Can't believe it's 3 something. I remember looking, it wasn't even 2 o'clock. I did a lot of reading through documents and documents. Hi, Mr. Wu. Did I send the paper for you? Didn't get it? Oh my gosh. What are we going to do? I shouldn't have done that. I should have done that before I activated your bot. At least Hart got it, I think. I don't know. Did she get it? I tried that. Hi, it didn't work. Cipher. Nope. Pray. Yeah, and probably praise, right? Yeah. Pyre, yeah, probably. Oh my gosh, my thing is going crazy. All right. We did it even without that paper to some of you. It's really good. Hoping, very good. Oh, special level. Don't get a lot of those now. Everyone's gonna have a. Chopping. Oh, I know chopping probably, right? Chopping, I got it. Wait, I did it wrong. Chopping. I did it. It's got to have a C in it. Hi. Tonic. It has to have a C in it. Chino? Yeah, that's right. Very good. job. Oh, okay. Toes. Yay! Odd. Whoa. Draw, I got there. Dodo, draw. Well, let's see. Given. There's no given. Oh, see? It's so weird. Your thing goes to given, but it's dodo. It's so crazy. Very good. Okay, we gotta go to bed. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and we shouldn't be baking anything. Mm-hmm. Mm. That's it, but this is such a little one. night, murder. Good night, murder. Good night, murder. Good night, murder. Okay, we're going to say good night too. Anyway, thank you guys. Love you guys. God bless. Prayers. See you tomorrow. Be well. Stay good, and be nice. See you tomorrow. Thank you with the moderators. Thank you for watching. Thank you for everybody playing along. All right, we'll see you guys.